Welcome everyone to Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. I am thrilled to be hosting the show with a legendary grandmaster, Chessbra ambassador, Yasser Seirawan. Yasser, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. What an introduction. My goodness. Anna, it's a pleasure to be with you. It's nice. The last time I got a chance to work with you was in Oslo for the World Fisher Rapid Championship. Wesley So was the winner.
It's been a while. It's been a while, Yasser. We need to catch up. There's a lot has happened since.
Indeed, we do need to play catch up. But what an event we have for the viewers today. Hello, everyone.
Yes, sir. You were here yesterday, and today I was saying at the technical part of the broadcast that we are not letting Yasser go. So from now on, expect Yasser here every weekend for the Rapid Chess Championship. He doesn't know it yet, but we signed him already. What we have for today is yesterday's continuation. Yasser, you were here co-hosting the show with Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. You witnessed a really intense full of flagging and mistakes show, which is because of the lack of increment. Today we do have increment, so that's an important difference. How do you see this 8-player single elimination format? We were discussing this earlier with Yasser too, that it's the first time that a tournament has matches consisting of one single game.
Precisely. So yesterday we had the 9-round Swiss. So from approximately 50 of the world's top players, it boiled down to 8, and they'll play elimination matches. And then always had the matches where a comeback was possible, except until you get to an Armageddon game. Essentially, this is an Armageddon game each time until they get to the Armageddon. First player to win wins the match, which means, Anna, every single move can be costly. I mean, it can knock you right out of the tournament. It'll be a very, very tense affair is what I'm expecting.
It is going to be very tense. I agree with you. Some of these players, some of these grandmasters that we're going to see today have been doing really well already at previous occasions.
Consistent.
Very consistent performance by Fabiano Caruana, who is leading at the Grand Prix at the moment with 25 GP points. It's very impressive. Behind him is Hikaru Nakamura on 12. And then we have a tie for the 3rd place so far by Janja Pamyashi and Wesley So. Wesley So was fighting yesterday to qualify, but didn't make it. Yes, what did you think of this format where the Swiss is 10 minutes, no increment?
Well, that was where it really cost Wesley. He was in a winning position. He had a queen versus rook and a bishop, and he got flagged. Essentially, he was 20, 30 seconds behind on the clock. And as Danya was pointing out to me, Danya is very, very good blitz and rapid player. He said Wesley couldn't make up that deficit. And so from a winning position, it was an inevitable loss. And that's why today's games, they start with 10 minutes, as you mentioned, with 2-second increments. So we're not going to be seeing people purposefully flagged as we did yesterday. That 2-second increment will allow these players with their pre-move ability to actually increase their clock times.
Quite a difference indeed, the addition of the 2-second increment, but also very intense, the format when we speak about that one game. As you mentioned, as if it was always an Armageddon, one game can decide the entire match unless it's a draw, in which case we are going to be taking time away every time. It's just 3+2, then a 1+1, each time less time for the players to think. But overall, it's a one-game match unless it's a draw, and then we keep hosting tiebreakers until we have a winner. We already have one winner, to be fair, because unfortunately Nodirbek Abdusattorov couldn't make it to his match against Hikaru Nakamura. Nodirbek right now is playing an over-the-board tournament, and his game hasn't finished yet, so we will not be able to host that match. Hikaru advances to the next stage. Hopefully Nodirbek is winning at the over-the-board tournament. Now that he couldn't be here, I'm hoping that he is victorious at the over-the-board match that he has, and hopefully we'll see him in the future. He's the current World Rapid Chess Champion and a very promising player.
No question about it. That double booking got him. Oh boy. So already, essentially, the players who lose in the quarterfinals get $1,000 each. The players who lose in the semifinals get $2,500 a piece. So with that walkover, Hikaru already gets an extra $1,500. So nice price fund to keep things exciting.
Absolutely. And I'm sure that he's motivated to make it all the way to the final again and try to win it all over again every single weekend. We have a bit of a rivalry also when it comes to the Olympic team of the United States. We have seen Fabi and Hikaru facing each other in one of the previous finals. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see more future clashes between these two. They are the top two players of the Rapid Chess Championship, but so many other strong players are here in the field. And our next match actually features one of the world-class players that has been at the very top of the FIDE ranking for many, many, many years. Levon Aronian, Yasser, is not a new name on the scene.
Not a new name, but a new American name. Check that out. I mean, you talk about the rivalry between Fabi and Hikaru. Will throw in Wesley, throw in Lanier Dominguez, and now throw in Levon Aronian. And you go, oh my goodness, the American Olympic team is getting stronger and stronger. It's just, it's unbelievably powerful squad. And, you know, for Levon Aronian, what a topsy-turvy period he's had during this whole pandemic. I mean, Armenia went to war. It's just, you can't say what a change it has done. But Levon, he presses on. He is a warrior. And when he plays chess, and he plays chess at his best, it's fantastic to watch, Anna.
It is fantastic to watch. And before we continue with our broadcast, let me just thank our sponsor, Coinbase. This event would not be possible without their sponsorship. Absolutely. It's as usual, what I have mentioned, an event cannot be as great and have this much of a prize fund to bring in some of the best chess players in the world without having great sponsors like Coinbase. Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn, explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet, get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much, much more. Learn more about Coinbase at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Yes, we're gonna need to do that too. I need to learn more about crypto. And I like the fact that you earn by learning.
I like the fact you get $10 just for signing up.
I verify that you're a human being. Yes, yeah. That's all it takes.
Nice.
That's all it takes.
Nice. Very nice.
We're going to take a very short break, Yasser, before the match begins. And then we'll be here with what we have mentioned, Levon Aronian, under the American flag, playing against Daniel Dubov in this quarterfinal match that will determine who is going to be the opponent of Hikaru Nakamura. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. Yasser and I am ready. We are ready. We have had some really cool hype music on Yasser's end. We got ready with the best, coolest playlist. Yasser, you'll need to pass me the link to that playlist that you were listening to earlier, but we are ready for the first match. Yasser, what do you think of this clash between Levon Aronian and Daniel Dubov?
Fantastic. First of all, I think both players are just unbelievably creative. So I'm expecting something very, very off the beaten path with some tactical and positional nuances. One of the things that Daniel brings is at the opening phase, most especially, some really fresh new ideas. And he has impressed everybody, including our world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus invited him to be a part of his world championship campaign in Dubai.
Indeed, he was a very important and perhaps still is a very important member of the team for future matches. We still don't know who is going to be the opponent of Magnus for the next World Chess Championship match, but we do know that Daniel has helped him a lot with those creative ideas that you have mentioned. Levon Aronian himself is such a creative, original player. I think they are just about to make the first move.
Exactly.
Levon is sitting there slightly in the darkness, but it is for Daniel, actually, that it's much later when it comes to the time zones between these two players.
Exactly. And they're off. And Levon, he's one of those ambidextrous players. He can play with either E4, D4, he left-handed or right-handed. And I want to say for the last 2 years or so, he's really been trying to focus on his 1E4 game. And he's true to what he's done. And Bishop C4, all very standard fares so far, but Donald just paused. That's interesting.
He paused, and it's still a very known position of the Alapin. So he must be thinking, what is Levon up to? What did he prepare for this match specifically?
And there was the alternative of knight b6, returning the favor to attack the bishop, and then to try to pick up the gambit pawn, if you like, as black. But Donald said, no, I'm going to stay with you, knight c6, and preparing d7, d6 in the very near future. So again, as you say, it's all standard fare.
Standard indeed. Now the pawn has been taken. C takes d4 and d6 to undermine white's very, very large center that's giving a lot of space to the pieces of white.
Exactly. This move, bishop e7, very important move to get that move in before white gets to play the move bishop c1 to g5 with a tempo against the queen. And this tension between this pawn on d6 and e5 is really an important, I want to say, lever that black likes to keep in the position. If you capture the pawn too soon, this rook on d1 can suddenly play a very nice role along the d file. So what we're seeing by black is avoiding resolving the center with tension with d6 takes e5. Knight a5, that's for me a little bit of a surprise. He's definitely hunting down the bishop.
He's very committed to the chase of that light square bishop, since it's such a strong attacking piece, already targeting the king side and the h7 square. But after knight b4, what is next for Levon? Where will this bishop go? Is it that you're going to have to give it up for one of the knights after bishop e4, d5? Is this the case? Or can you predict what is going to happen here, Yasser?
Sure. I would go for d6 takes, pardon me, e5 takes d6. The idea behind that capture is that I want to secure the square e4 for my bishop. So I'm anticipating if I play bishop e4 right away, then d6, d5 chases me down. So if I take on d6, wow, okay, no. From the mind of Levon Aronian, I did not. I promise you, knight e1 was not on my radar.
Not what is going on? Yes, sir, knight to e1. I like your thoughts about if you take on d6, then the bishop can move away and you're keeping this very strong attacking piece.
Exactly.
Instead,
like this. this and this. This was the way I had anticipated the game to go. No. Levon came up with knight e1, and all I can imagine is, check this out. Who thinks to bring their rook up and over? Rook up, and maybe rook takes d3 and bishop h6 and rook g3 are Levon's ideas. And he played the move knight e1 to get the knight out of the way so the rook could come across. That's an amazing idea. Knight e1. Okay, head scratcher.
But now that you have shown this rook lift, I think it opened our eyes to the rest of us. I'm joining the viewers with what is going on with knight e1. It's not the most aggressive attacking move, but it is with an aggressive attacking idea, the rook lift. And then that rook, together with the dark squared bishop and the queen, will be very, very difficult to handle. So many attacking pieces suddenly appearing on the king side. And Levon says, I don't need that knight to join yet. And maybe later he will regroup. You don't really leave the knight on the edge of the board normally.
Right. I'm just trying to get an idea of Donald's reaction to this knight e1, and I'm sure that surprised him. Wow, what a move. But let's take a look. Okay, so what could he be analyzing? Knight takes d. How serious is it? Knight takes d3, rook takes d3, b7, b6. Idea, of course, is like we just want to develop our bishop, but we're also eyeballing an opportunity of bishop a6. So having said A, let's say B, we'll move our rook over. And now we do have bishop on h6 on our agenda. But once again, just a straightforward question. How serious is all of this? Let's say I move my rook. Let's say the bishop comes gliding towards the king, and the pawn steps up. Is this serious, Anna? You like being on the white side of an attacking initiative. How do you feel? The two bishops, Black's bishop is going to look awfully good when it gets here.
I agree with you, and it doesn't seem like Levon's attack has enough firepower here, with both knights on the edge and the rook still stuck in the corner on a1. So three of White's pieces are not in the game.
Right, so let's get them in the game. I don't know, knight c3, bishop b7, rook. So we're bringing the guys in. This knight is definitely offsides. So Black is probably thinking that he would like to bring his knight in. And I'm just, we don't have any moves yet in the game,
I
right?
believe just now Daniel has chosen a knight jump back to c6. So the a5 knight has returned to c6. I believe this could still be similar to what we analyzed, but he's saying I can take on d3 later too, and not letting the rook carry out that rook lift just yet. Is that true? Yes, again, he changed the move order.
I don't know. I'm a little bit doubtful. I mean, keep it in mind that Black really has spent a lot of moves with his knight. I mean, his cavalry has been jumping from c6 to d5 to b4. And I kind of wonder if maybe you're taking too many liberties. And I'll move the bishop. Let's say I just move the bishop out of the way for the moment with bishop to e4. So White's dream, of course, is to play a3 and knight to c3 and essentially embarrass this knight on b4. So I don't know, you got to play d5, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
But now we see one other benefit of the knight move. I don't have to necessarily drop my bishop back to c2 or d3 and allow knight takes. I can actually drop it back to f3. But it's the weirdest thing, Anna. I have this, my spidey sense tells me that I've lost track of what's going on here. I mean, the move knight c6, it doesn't even threaten knight takes d4, by the way. Like, for example, Levon could play crazy move like knight c3. And if you take the pawn on d4, oops, I've got a discover check. I regain the piece. And at the end of the day, the king shield is actually been impacted. That pawn on h7 is actually a very, very important defender. And suddenly this looks like an attack gone heavily in white's favor. So maybe just knight c3 and say, dude, if you don't do something, I'm going to hide the bishop away, something like bishop d3 to b1, and then I'm going to play a3, and it's going to be very bad news. So I'm not sure I'm a big fan of Donald's opening play, but this is too weird.
Yeah, and I think Levon agrees with you. He has just played knight to c3, saying exactly what you showed to us on the board, that the pawn on d4 is not really hanging. Exactly.
And that's always, for me personally, I'm sure you have the same thing, same feelings that, you're all happy, you get to make your move, okay, watch this, everybody. And you make your move and you make a big threat, and your opponent completely ignores you. And then you start to think, well, wait a minute, how good was my big threat if my opponent completely ignores what I'm doing? And usually that doesn't make you feel very good about your position. So knight c6 came with this great big threat of knight takes d4, and Levon said, you're kidding. That's not a big threat. And he ignored it. So
he did. And now Dubov takes on d3, but look at the difference in time management already. It's almost twice as much time for Levon at this moment, if not more than twice as much.
Twice as much, you're right. So, yeah, knight takes d3. So the inclusion, so what happened was we could have taken on d3 right away. So Donald included the move knight c6 and Levon included the move knight c3. It's not a complete transposition, and there you have it, the move f7, f5. That's, for me, a clear indication that Donald did not want to see this rook ever coming rook up and over, and this move f7, f5 is in anticipation of any kingside attack, and the ability to play rook f7 will block white's attack. So I see f7, f5 as a very good defensive move. So I would say opening battle in favor of Levon. How big an advantage, I'm still not sure. This is such a different position than what I'm used to seeing on the board. But here we go.
No takes on d6. He also had, of course, the option of taking on f6 with en passant, but that wasn't as appealing as capturing the pawn on d6. We can show the difference. Why this capture and not the other?
Precisely. In the case of en passant, bishop takes f6, and suddenly this pawn on d4, like in a French defense, the pawn on d4 is attacked, but with the missing light squared bishop, black is happy. This capture, on the other hand, means that white, when he likes it, he can play the move d4, d5 to dissolve his isolated pawn. One way of thinking of the move f7, f5 is black really benefits from stopping the kingside attacks. But there's one guy in the position that says, hey, man, I'm not really happy about that move f7, f5. It's the light square bishop. The light square bishop now that's behind the structure of e6 and f5, it's not a happy camper. A moment ago, I was fianchettoing the bishop on the long diagonal. Right now, this light squared bishop doesn't have a great future.
Yeah, doesn't have a great future, and will need to be also defending the e6 backward pawn. This pawn structure has been weakened because of f5 and then the trade on d6. The e5 square itself is a weakness too in black's position.
Exactly. And by the way, after captures on d6, queen takes d6. I like that move a lot better than bishop takes d6, because I do feel that the bishop would play a better role on the f6 square than on the d6 square. After knight f3, b6, okay, Dano is once again suggesting that he would like to play bishop a6 and pinning the rook to the queen. That was why the rook dropped back. And knight b4 in isolated pawn situations.
How many knight moves have we seen already?
Right?
Like, which knight goes where? We need to track the path.
Yeah, the control of the square in front of the pawn is very crucial. As Nimzovich said, I'm sure you remember our conversations about Nimzovich. D4, D5 is the point that I think Daniel was trying to avoid this type of a situation where his queen could come under fire after knight takes d5 and bishop f4. So that was why we saw the move knight b4. And I'm with you 100%. I mean, as a chess coach, chess teacher, you must hate it when the guys play, the same move, they move the same piece like 10 times out of 20 moves. It's like, no, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to jealously guard those tempi. Okay, after knight b4, Levon said, I've got a problem. I can't play d5. I want to settle on the e5 square permanently, but the dark squared bishop, once it gets to f6, will be able to fight and contest the e5 square. Let me get rid of the two bishops. Let me get rid of the dark squared bishop. And Daniel said, okay. From Daniel's point of view, he doesn't want to see a trade and then the knight landing on the e5 square forever and ever. So he takes first and distracts the knight from the e5 square. Now, again, this is a very, very strange. It's not a usual isolated queen pawn position at all with the pawn on f5. And for me, the time is I want to say, it gives me an insight into the players' minds that Daniel is playing slowly and carefully because he's seeing a lot of threats.
He's seeing a lot of threats, as you mentioned, that he's going really low on time. Levon has more than twice as much time on the clock, and this is a 10+2. A reminder, we do have increment, but it's not that much of an increment, 2 seconds per move.
No, that kind of time trouble, you really got to be a great blitz player to be able to use the increment favorably and gain time. Essentially, Daniel is going to be under duress till the very end of the game. Knight f4, that was intriguing because now the queen is going to have to step all the way back to b8. Oh, excuse me.
He plays queen d7, so now both knights are hanging.
Right. So it could be a game of knight versus bishop. Queen takes b5, queen takes f4, queen takes b5. But I'm sure Levon played the move knight b5 to follow up with something other than just a trade. What could it be? a4? Doesn't make much sense, a4. Then the knight would come back. So let's see what he could be thinking. He could be thinking queen takes, queen takes. The knight will settle on e5. The bishop will settle on d5. I like the knight actually in that position because of the g6 square, but would it be decisive? I don't know. All I can say is Daniel has a much lower time, and that's the key factor at this moment.
Certainly a key factor. At the same time, I'm wondering if Levon slightly missed or underestimated the move queen to d7, because now he started thinking, we have a move. Just when I said that, did he miss this? Did he expect queen b8 instead?
I think he did. I really do think he did, because he did end up playing a3, a4. And if he had thought that, okay, he would have to play a4, I think he would have rejected knight b5. And there it goes. I think Daniel made an excellent decision with bishop takes f3, avoiding that bishop and knight moment where the knight would be on e5. And instead, he's gone into a straight knight and knight situation. Now I'm feeling very okay if I'm black, as in I feel like I've equalized as black. There's no... all of the heartbeat that I was having with the rook lift, the rover, rook up and over, and the kingside attack, all of that has disappeared, and we're in some pretty tranquil major piece middle game now.
Certainly, yes. It does feel like Levon had the advantage. We don't know how much of an advantage it was, but a few moves ago, you could feel the tension and how Daniel was struggling. He might have much less time. That light squared bishop was a poor piece. The pawn structure, the e5 square, there was a lot going on, but maybe Levon didn't execute his plan with the highest accuracy. And because of that inaccurate move, or two with knight b5, now we have some favorable traits for Daniel, and he seems to be simplifying and equalizing this position.
Precisely so. And a4, a5, again, now as white, I start thinking, well, the knight could be capturing on c3, the rook could take up root on the c4 square, and then the pawn on c3 could end up being a target. So let me play the move a5 and eliminate a potential weakness on the a4 square, especially if the rook had ended up on c4. And I think this move queen d5, by the way, I think this is the type of move that you play when you're down to your last 22 seconds and you're looking to simplify.
Yes, sir. Let's get rid of the queens. I want to simplify. Give me a rook end game.
Right, and make a draw ASAP. I think that if the role had been reversed and Daniel had the one with the extra 2 minutes, he would not have played the move queen d5. He would have found something to keep the tension like b6, b5. And now we're in a rook ending that, well, I would bet heavily on a draw now.
Which is good news for us, because the more draws we see, the more games these two will be playing against each other. Exactly. So we will have a tiebreaker at the Blitz time control in this game, in case of a draw in this game.
And how does that work in case of a draw?
In case of a draw, we're gonna have the same matchup, but with colors reversed. Okay. So it's going to be Daniel with the white pieces in a 3+2 format, 3 minutes with 2-second increment. In case we see a draw in the Blitz, we will move on to bullets, again with colors reversed.
Nice. And the bullet will be 1+1. So they'll have an increment right up to, but not including the Armageddon.
Very true, very true. We could see up to 4 games in this match.
Gotcha. Okay, rook f3, tickling this pawn on f5. I was a little surprised that after the move h2, h4 was essayed, we didn't see a kind of a g7, g6 reaction by Daniel. And this pawn on h5 is a little irritating, because anytime black reaches for the g pawn and tries to play g5, instantly an en passant. And here we can see that, well, there's a little smidge of something in the position for white. King goes, whoa, c5. Oh. So in answer to rook f3, I'm assuming Daniel will just move his king. Oh, he's... Well,
wait a second, yes, our evaluation bar is jumping up, showing a big advantage for Levon. Daniel has missed something, and that would have been g4, or was there something even better?
g4 looks really good. This is a pawn being captured with check, mind you. Rook takes f4 is a check, but is it going to be a winning rook and pawn ending after that? I'm thinking of rook comes to f5, and I'll go f3 with the idea I want it. Ooh, maybe not f3. Maybe he should have moved his king. Now, on case of rook takes d5, there's a counter with rook takes. So he's going to have to play rook check, rook e5 check, king over. Now king to g3. Oh, sorry. Look. I mean, that extra minute on the clock by Levon melted away.
It melted away. Both players are down to their final seconds. There's a 2-second increment per move, but this it's going down the wire, and Levon is trying to prove that he still has some advantage after Daniel's mistake a few moves ago.
Exactly. And I think It's still in the draw zone. It's 3 versus 3. Now it should be a draw. But phew, for a moment there, I wouldn't doubt that with some very accurate play by Levon, he was close to winning. He might have missed a really big advantage somewhere in that little time scramble that was going on. But he's pressing.
He's still trying.
Oh,
mistake.
The bar just went berserk. And so there it is. Rook takes G7 pawn.
Up a pawn again, and then H6
and now it's winning.
F4
G5, and just like that, match over. That's why I was saying at the very start.
Wow.
Every move is tense because you can lose the game in a single move. And let's just go back just a moment. Right here, it was right here that I was predicting a draw, and here comes the big mistake right there. Rook E3. I think he had to play Rook F7
and block the check with Rook E8.
Precisely, and I think it was important to get this rook off the attack of the G7 pawn. And there you go, with seconds on his clock, Rook E3. It's a very easy mistake to make, and suddenly one repetition, and there it goes.
Daniel Dubov resigns. This means there will be no blitz. Every match consists of one rapid game, the 10+2, and only in case of a draw, we see a blitz or even a bullet afterwards. But no tiebreaker needed here. Levon Aronian moves on to the next stage of the Rapid Chess Championship, and he will be the opponent of Hikaru Nakamura. But before we get there, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a very short break, and we have more quarterfinal matches coming up next. This is the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We're going to take a very short break, and then we are back with the rest of the quarterfinals. Would you like to work as an esports producer for the #1 chess site in the world? Yes, sir. That's what we have here on our screen. A job offer. Chess.com is looking for a top-notch producer to join our talented and passionate team, work remotely, producing live streams of the biggest chess events, and help shape the landscape of online chess entertainment. Go to chess.com/jobs now to learn more about this opportunity. Yes, sir. In that case, if this successful job application will be filled by one of our viewers who is here currently, and maybe we are just finding our new producer for the next events. They could work with us. Is that a good or bad thing they could work with us?
I call it a dream job. I mean, let's be fair. Let's be fair. A dream job. I mean, you get to work with the best talented streamers, chess streamers ever, and you get, what can I say, a front row seat with the best chess players as they're off. Fabiano playing white against Anton Demchenko. And Anton in the Swiss played this system with knight GE7, and he was very successful with it. Here he mixes up his move order with the move bishop D7. Again, yesterday when I was with Danya, knight GE7, and he got one of those really bizarre Benonis that worked out okay. These days, the difficulties, and it is really, really, really tough for the top players, is there's so much theory. Oh my gosh, I don't know how these guys remember their lines. I really don't. I mean, it's a superhuman effort to do this. Now, here,
and he's facing, sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah,
yes, I was just gonna say that Fabiano Caruana, obviously, we all know, former World Chess Championship challenger, but also he's leading a Rapid Chess Championship ranking. So even in this shorter online format, he has been doing very well. So not an easy match for Demchenko, who played already yesterday, Swiss with the black and white camera. I haven't heard a statement from him, but I think I understand why. And I'm really sorry to all that are feeling this way, that they cannot voice their opinion on a certain issue.
Absolutely. In the opening, Fabi, by the way, is the one who actually has played it. He's a minute behind on the clock. I mean, that's from Fabi, one of the really, really great opening prep workers. That's a surprise for me. And I wanted to say the move bishop c2 was a big surprise for me. Here, I'm a big fan of simply taking, let's say taking, and just playing a position like this, where at the end of the day, this bishop on g7 does nothing. It's just looking at a backside of a pawn, and it's not active. But the move bishop c2 tries to keep the game in a kind of, I want to say, Ruy Lopez waters, but this is very, very different. Now the black pieces, especially for example, when you put the rook on d8, the queen can come to g6. This is not what I would call play on one goal. All three results are possible. This is a double-edged, very, very sharp position for white, and I think Anton is going to be happy with the outcome of the opening. I'm not a fan of what Fabi has done so far.
And it seems that Fabi is not a fan of the position either. At least he started spending more time, and that's usually a sign of not being too comfortable with what's on the board.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And again, you can, I mean, if you're black, you start looking at ideas like e5, e4. A moment ago, I was critical of this bishop. I was saying, hey, man, this bishop has got nothing to do. You play, let me make a bad move. Let's say rook c1. That's a very bad move. Fabi is not going to play rook c1. But now you can start to see how black's pieces are coming alive. This bishop is looking really good. Be careful. Be very, very careful. This rook might slide over to g8. Pawn is coming to f4. Bishop on c2 is not making a good impression. So there are definitely dangers lurking here. And if I'm white, I'm looking for a ripcord. I want to get out of here with a draw. I just don't know how you're going to force matters. it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Maybe he's looking at bishop c5 to try to make it awkward for her. I have some doubts. Anna, do you see something that makes you want to believe in White's position?
Fabi is listening to our show, I think, and he has taken your suggestion. I don't know if that's good or bad for him, but he has played bishop to c5 indeed.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, look at the knight on f1, the queen on d1, the rook on e1, rook on a1. It's not like you could say, oh, great, active pieces. But you do see this half open G file, and you've got to respect those types of attacks. You do see this knight on h5 ready to worm into this beautiful square f4. So bishop c5, and okay, first thing you see obviously is the rook, and you think, okay, let me put my rook where it's going to be effective. Let me play the move rook g8. And now a moment ago I was critical of the move bishop c2. Maybe this is the forcing stuff that Fabi is hoping to play. Bishop
and
b3.
That would force the trade of the light squared bishop, or what do you think can happen after bishop b3?
Exactly. Is Fabi somewhere here in his mind thinking that the knight could jump to g5, the knight could maybe jump to d4 so that you can play queen takes h5, or maybe the knight is planning this hop? Again, very, very double-edged stuff here. I'd be very worried. I want to put it like that. I'd be very worried if I was White with this half open G file. Let me come to the game position and see what he did.
We have a few moves indeed. Rook f6 was the choice of Demchenko.
Not bad. The rook
over later.
Exactly. And maybe even if this bishop should ever move away, we could play rook to d6 and fight for the open file. Knight g3. Okay. I would definitely, by the way, raise my hand and say that's my kind of move. I want to get that knight on f1 and get rid of the knights, even at the cost of a little bit of a damage to my king shield, because the double G pawns can help protect the G file. E4, rook d8. Still, I gotta say, I really like what Black has done. I think that this is a position that it's much easier to play with the initiative, with the free pieces. Queen coming to e5 looks attractive.
You think that's what's next for Demchenko, with the bishop hanging, the g3 pawn attacked?
Yeah, it looks attractive. I'm trying to see, what I really want is to put not the queen on e5. I really want to put a minor piece. The minor piece I have in mind is this bishop. So I'm thinking if I could get this bishop to e5 and let's say a rook on the G line, that's the setup I'm eager for. So, but for the moment, the rook on f6 is in the way. So I'm perturbed by the rook. I would much prefer it to be on g8. Like if we imagine the rook on g8, then bishop e5, that's an automatic. 3 thumb snaps, 3 fabulous. So how do we get our bishop to e5?
Yeah, it seems he's trying to figure that out indeed, Yasser, because he's spending quite some time on how to regroup his pieces for the attack. Maybe after rook g8, which would have been an option for him earlier, where to place the rook. He perhaps didn't like that he was going to be forced to trade the light squared bishop, so he ended up choosing rook f6. But now the issue is what you said with the rook on f6. Then the dark squared bishop is more difficult to get into the game and play for the attack on the king side. I agree with you, though, that it seems that Black's position is more promising. There's more dynamic factors. There's more opportunities perhaps for a potential attack, but it's not so easy to put it together. And he's thinking for quite a long time. The time really management matters here. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a whole 60-second advantage that went all the way down 8 minutes now for Fabi, essentially to 4.5 for his opponent. So definitely the last few decisions by Anton has really eaten into his clock, and he played his knight to e5. I understand that he does have ideas of bishop b5 and, you know, focusing with laser-like precision on this d3 square, but I'm not the fan. I don't think the knight belongs on d3 is the wrong way of expressing myself. I think the knight on e5 is really badly misplaced, and I don't see the knight coming to d3 in an effective manner. By the way, bishop was just tickled, and there was the threat of bishop to g5 and rook f8. I just kind of feel like now if I'm in white shoes, I sort of feel like, whew, the kingside attack has just kind of melted away. I don't feel the danger anymore of the kingside. The double G pawns are now looking like more like a pawn shield than weaknesses. And bishop g5 was very good. Can imagine this rook sliding over to d1. That's a very easy decision for Fabi, and he starts looking for opportunities suddenly. And the pieces, Black's pieces, got discombobulated in those last sequence of moves, and now I feel that it's white for choice.
I agree with you fully that it feels like maybe the last few moves by Demchenko weren't the most precise, or the move order, something got mixed up, and it's not normal that you play rook f6 and then you have to return, or the rook went to d8 and then was chasing it to c8. So it's not really the ideal placement of the black pieces, while white kept improving the position of his pieces.
Right. And now one of the things that both players are keeping a constant eye out for is the move g3, g4, because when the move g4 is played, it will undermine the structure in the center. Black will most likely play f takes g4, and then something is going to take on e4, and then a lot of pieces of Blacks are going to be in midair, hanging in midair. b3, I didn't like that move at all by Fabi. I'm not a fan of b3. I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe even bishop to e5, maybe just simply the move rook f1, prepping g4. But I do not think for a single second that queen takes a2 is a good move. That you can't get away with that kind of a move when your king is exposed like this. But b3, bishop f4 was played by Fabi, and I don't know. I feel that we're witnessing a blitz rapid game now. I mean, we can't analyze it as a classical chess game. Sometimes you just got to make what you think is a practical and good decision. Like here, I'm probably just going to move my king out of the way, maybe king h2. I don't know if that's a good decision or not. It's just like something that I want to tuck my king away and sidestep any ideas of bishop d4 down the line.
It could be the case, as you said, that now that they are running pretty low on time, it's more of a blitz format. Exactly. Fabi down to 6 minutes, Demchenko down to 3 minutes. It's going to be more about the practical decisions, taking fast, practical decisions to save some time.
Rook to d2, a prelude to rook doubling on the d file. Right now, as our predecessors like to say, the business squares are protected along the d file, d6, d7, and d8. The business squares of the open file are protected. So Black's not really worried that the double rooks could suddenly invade. And he took a decision to improve his structure. This move, knight to g6, h takes g6, is a good decision, a very good practical decision, because it basically means that after g4, way down the line, you get to keep the pawn structure intact. So for the moment, I would say that well. Black is playing very, very good game, and Fabi has not increased his advantage from a moment ago. By the way, the bishop on c2 again makes a woeful impression to my eyes. Sometimes in the Spanish torture, the bishop on c2 can be great, and other times, like right now, is just looking at a wall of pawns.
Yeah, it's a very sad piece. Yes,
right?
sir. Do you see any way of improving it? What could be a better future for this light squared bishop?
Exactly. The better future I saw is that you would play for b4, c5, and put the bishop on the b3 square. I didn't even get the opportunity to get in such a thought as Anton played the move queen e7 a la tempo, stopping such ideas as b4 and c5 by white. So he preempted White's idea of improving his light square bishop. Now, again, 5 minutes versus 2 minutes, that's still a big time advantage.
Very big difference. King h2, king h7, both players are going for the practical king moves, stepping out of the harmful diagonals.
Exactly. And again, that diagonal on g1 could easily become, how do you say, very, very relevant when the rook, if you traded, Black was able to trade off the rook on d2, then the bishop could come to d4. So king h2, securing the king h7, saying, okay, your turn, just passing the ball right back at you. How does White make progress? That is a real question.
Yeah, and since queen e7 stopped White's idea of pushing b4, how do you prepare for b4? You also cannot push a3, and the c3 square is under the control of the g7 bishop, so there's no queen maneuver, no pawn push that you can prepare the b4 push with. Bishop d1, where's the bishop heading? Yes, sir.
Again, I'm thinking that it's connected with the move g3, g4. And this move, bishop f6, says, okay, if it's my turn, where's your bishop on f4 going? I'm going to play g5 and trap the bishop. You have to move your queen. No, thank you, said Fabi. I'll play h4, losing a little flexibility as the move g3, g4 is going to be more awkward, very difficult to play. If I'm in Black shoes, by the way, I do think that the rook trade would be favorable for Black. So I would be playing rook d8, trading off those rooks so that I could bring my bishop to d4 and maybe on a good day advance by passer.
I like your idea. That's one of the most active piece of White. It's the only open file, the d5, so it makes sense to counter that rook with rook d8. Right. I think Demchenko must be considering that move. Any other options you see that you think he is considering right now when the time situation is so low, he needs to make a decision? Actually, we do have a move. Sorry, I missed that he already made his choice.
Okay, I have two. Let me just refresh my board. And it looks like the rooks did come off, by the way. So after h4, rook went to d8 as expectorated. Bishop e2, there goes the rook trade. Bishop to e5, as this bishop is eyeballing this pawn on c7 and is blockading. And after bishop e5, h5, bishop back to f, that's a strange decision. Bishop back to f6, and I was going to say that trade of pawns was very helpful until I caught myself and I realized that once again, if on a good day, I mean, it takes a lot. You put your pawn on c5, you put your bishop on d4, and queen h7 check would be curtains. So g4, and both kings are being stripped of their how do you say, cloth here. They could be easily naked before too long. Wait a minute, g4. Okay, that's amping it up with just a minute and a half
So the check happened on h7 as you suggested, and then a trade on g4. Both kings are really vulnerable, but which side will manage to get to the king with a decisive attack? Is it even possible?
Exactly. So I'm thinking he could be playing for something of this nature with bishop to queen to h8 and bishop d4 on his agenda. And he's done it.
So he does, yes. Bishop d4 with queen h1 check is a big threat that Fabi will need to deal with.
Exactly. Now, here, I'm probably just tempted to step back with my bishop just to give my king the option of the h file, but I can't do anything. I can't. All the business squares are covered. I'd love to play a move like queen d5 or queen d7, but no, everything's covered. So for the moment, there's no immediate inroad for white.
And Fabi's thinking he's got some time advantage, so he's investing that time advantage now in this critical moment to find the right decision.
I was thinking that I could play the move like bishop e3 to stop bishop d4, maybe on a good day, transfer my queen to f2, and after, for example, a move like bishop e5, just chill with the move bishop h3. It's hard to say. I would love black if the black king were in safety on b7. The fact that the black king is just floating in midair on g6 is disconcerting, but I don't know.
No pawns in front, you're
with
right.
No pawns in front. He did play, by the way, just bishop h3. He allowed the check, and whoa, bishop c6.
Whose king is weaker now? Queen e2.
Queen e2, and after takes, we would love to play the intermezzo, queen takes e4, but boy, I tell you, bishop f5 check.
That's a very printed intermezzo of the intermezzo.
Exactly. I mean, that will chill your ambitions. So bishop takes h3, I will just recapture. And again, that pawn on e4 is the problem, as well as queen g4 check. And look at this time, 18 seconds. 18 seconds. And just to catch up with the players, bishop h3 takes, e3, take my pawn, no thank you, check. A check on d7, I think, is automatic, right? And he's done it.
It seems Demchenko is now in trouble, not just because of the time situation, but also his king is being attacked by the only remaining pieces of Fabi. It's only a queen and a bishop, but the white king is now safe, and the black king is exposed to all sorts of checks by the queen and bishop are also tangled up. Yeah.
Here we've got checks from behind, but I'm thinking moves like king g4 and king f3, just kind of like getting closer and just making these nasty semi-threats. What a great situation for Fabi now. Queen d5. Okay, that's a little bit confusing for me. Did he really want to play queen to h5 after king g4?
Queen g8 check. It's almost checkmate.
Yeah.
King.
And the immortal words, just going for the ending. Yep, easy. That's it. Game over. The trade of queens, and that's pawn number 2, has ended it, and Fabi will win this game.
Wow, what a clean way of simplifying the position in the right moment. Not even chasing the checkmate, but just going for the bishop endgame since it was forced. Exactly.
Whoa. Something happened around these parts right here. I kind of, actually right here, this exact moment, I kind of like black's position. And somehow Fabi got in both h5, g4, got to trade off those 2 important pawns, simplify to an ending, and the e-pawn, instead of being coronated to victory, became a liability. So kudos to Fabi for hanging in there. And I kind of feel like it was a time trouble collapse here, what happened, if I was to say, because I thought Anton played a really, really good game, and 3 results was possible, except time was the crucial factor, Anna.
Yeah, very exciting game. And I do think, as you said, Fabi kept his cool and used his time advantage very well, very wisely. He moves on to the next stage of our Rapid Chess Championship knockout. And his opponent will be either Jan Nepomniachtchi or David Paravian. That is our next quarterfinal match. We are going to take a very short break, and then we will be back with this match between Nepomniachtchi and Paravian to figure out who is going to be the opponent of Fabiano Caruana. Stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly. Coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix continues on chess.com. Catch Anish Giri, Maxim Veselagrov, Shahriar Mamedjarov, Vidit Gujarati, and others as they battle it out for Grand Prix. Yes, I can't even pronounce Grand Prix, but they are fighting for all those Grand Prix points at the top spot. Join Grandmaster Benjamin Bok and Women Grandmaster Keti Satalashvili for all the second leg action on chess.com. It's broadcast to you both on Twitch and YouTube. So make sure to not miss out on all the action of leg 2, and leg 3 will feature again Hikaru Nakamura, who is fighting for that qualification spot to the candidates, but he's also fighting for the qualification spot to the finals in our Rapid Chess Championship here, Yasser. Let's take a look at the bracket for a second if we can. He already qualified. Unfortunately, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the current World Rapid Chess Champion, couldn't make it to the match today because he has an over-the-board tournament and he was still playing his game. But Hikaru did get the bye for that match, and he will be facing, that is a match that is due and will be here battled out shortly against Levon Aronian, but not before Yanya Pamyashi and David Paravian decide who will be the opponent of Fabiano Caruana
in the semifinals. And it is, in the words of Robert Hess, shaping up as an American derby, as 3 Americans are in the semifinals, and this match to decide the other semifinalists. And we've got Hikaru Khan. Yay! I understand this opening. I play it a lot myself. Knight d7, that is still the main line. And yet for me, I've always preferred knight to e7. In my way of thinking, the pawn on e5 impacts my knight's development. So the problem I have is my king knight, not my queen knight. But he has played on all of this, is very, very well known. A5, A4. It's just amazing. And again, I say this time and time. I'm in awe of what these players have to, well, memorize is strong, but learn in the opening, because there's so much. There's too much. It's like they're walking encyclopedias, Anna. It's terrible.
They are, and who is going to be the better prepared player today is a question.
Right.
Yanya Pomyash is sporting, I believe, his chess.com t-shirt, by the way. He came very stylish to today's clash, and he's trying to qualify to face Fabi in the semifinals, as we mentioned.
Exactly. Well, let's catch up with the players and try to understand what has happened. The question is this pawn weak or not? I mean, you would love to be able to attack it as quickly as possible with the moves knight e7 and knight g6, followed by queen c7. From White's point of view, the square d4 is a dream square. If he can play either knight to b3 and knight to d4, or knight on d2 to f3 and knight to d4, White is going to score very, very well with this knight on d4, the bishop potentially coming to g4. So essentially, these next move or two is going to be very critical as to who has gained an opening advantage or not.
And this is the first moment, yes, sorry, I was just going to say that David Paravian, for the first time in the game, spent quite some time deciding how to proceed, even though these lines are obviously very well known, the strategies, the piece placement. He did spend over a minute on this decision, and it's a 10-minute game. It's not like in classical chess you can sit there for 10 minutes, a big thing.
And that was 10% of his clock essentially got used on that move bishop c5, because knight b3 was a move that White wanted to play anyway. And so you're kind of like assisting White. It's like, here, please gain a tempo against my bishop. I'm going to put it on c5, and knight b3 came, and then a nice decision by Jan. Hey, would you like to trade dark squared bishops? Because if you would, I am prepared to accept these really ugly pawns. And again, it's like, is that pawn on e5 a liability or not? Because as soon as the knight gets to d4, hammering away at this bishop, ideas like g4 as well as bishop g4 appear in the position. In fact, David didn't even hesitate. He didn't consider the move bishop e3. He played knight e7 right away. And are we up to date with the players? Let me see. Nope. There was a quick trade on b6 and knight to d4. Talk about following through with your idea, right? I mean, it was a telegraph for quite some time that white wants to put his knight on d4. He's done it. And here it is. White's ready for the big punch with g4 so that he can chase the bishop away and potentially simply win this pawn on e6. Oh,
Aronian says, I'm not too worried about g4, and he castles.
Yeah, like, okay, so and Jan didn't spend too long. I'm sure Jan was thinking that g4 would precipitate c5. The bishop again could not move because the e-pawn is hanging, and we could get some kind of madness from this with either, I don't know, knight takes or pawn takes. Jan said, you know what? I love the rover idea, rook up and over. The rook on a1 is not playing a role in the game. Let me either play rook a3 to b3 just to tickle this queen and move it away from the b2 pawn, but more importantly, to potentially slide the rook across, eyeballing the king side. I like rook a3, and again, for me, the opening, who stands better, it hasn't been decided yet. I don't know if the pawn on e5 is weak or not. Like, for example, I mean, black could throw down the gauntlet and say, I just want to play knight takes e5. What are you going to do about it? You know, you could do that kind of move. He could play queen to c7. I want to just go after this e5 pawn and prove me wrong. If you want to play g4 and potentially expose your king.
Yeah, so you know what happened? Aronian went for the other pawn, the hanging b2 pawn. I thought that pawn was a bit too risky to take, but he captured it.
I'm a pawn grubber too, and queen takes b2. No, I wasn't not ready to invite the rook into my camp. Rook b3, queen a2, rook. That looks like a very, very bad judgment in my view by David. Yeah, that rook landing on b7. I mean, I don't know about you, Anna, but that looks like a monster rook. I mean,
it looks really strong.
Like, yeah. Why would I voluntarily do this? Oh my gosh.
I don't quite understand why Paravian went for this line, inviting rook b3, rook takes b7. This is a forcing line. There was not even a different move that he might have thought of for white. Now the knight is hanging, so there's no time to capture the pawn on a4. And you can't really move away with the knight. That's the knight that is guarding the c6 pawn. So I'm not quite sure what was his idea. Why did he enter this whole mess that should favor white?
Exactly. The c6 pawn is nice. All pawns are nice. Let me get that straight. But I'm thinking that really, Anna, I mean, if I'm white, it's all about e6. Like, give me that guy. Let me put my bishop out here. If you want to trade bishops and invite my queen into the attack, I'm all for it. E6 pawn combined with the rook on the 7th rank, all white. It's all white all day. I'm ready to go there. Black's in trouble. Let's be clear. That was not what I would call queen takes b2. Wow, and I'm a pawn grubber. Trust me. I mean,
so he went for queen takes b2. It wasn't provoked. He chose to play this, and he entered this line.
Exactly. That's what I said about Victor Korchnoi. Victor Korchnoi would walk through the Gobi Desert for a pawn on bare feet. On bare feet. You know, not just walking through the Gobi Desert, but queen takes b2. You're not even getting a pawn for it, and you're inviting the rook to the 7th rank for your opponent. Not a good deal. Not at all. So, and the very fact that, by the way, he's paused right here. The very fact that this he could calculate, right? You're going to go queen b2. It's easy that your opponent's going to respond in this manner. I mean, the fact that he's pausing now, and I'm sure he had plan knight g6 like you suggested, and now realizes that something is amiss in his calculations.
That is quite a painful feeling for any chess player when you enter a line, you have an idea, and then once it's on the board, the position that you wanted to achieve, you realize that your plan was actually not quite correct.
Right. That's a very sobering moment in your chess career. Trust me. That oof. Yeah.
So he's trying to find a way in which he could keep the position more complex, even if he has realized that this wasn't the right idea. He's trying to make it more difficult for Nepomniachtchi to get a decisive advantage. But Queen A3, Nepomniachtchi's reaction seemed like he's not quite understanding what Paragon is doing.
And if I'm on the white side, I'm saying, you've put your queen out of play. The queen on A3 is really a kind of a defense. It is a defensive piece. You're just using it to defend the knight on E7. I'm playing bishop G4, and I'm going to hammer this pawn on E6 and try to win the game that way. And he played bishop G4, and I'm sure exactly at this moment when Jan played bishop G4, he thought, that's it, game over, I'm winning. Now,
yeah, he seemed very confused about Paravian's decision in the first place. Now, after rook a b8, Black is challenging the b7 rook. Do you think White can hold on to the 7th rank, or what's next for Nepomniachtchi?
I'm definitely not trading rooks, because if I did trade rooks, I'd give you the b file. If you wanted to chase my rook and play rook a8, then I could think to trade rooks, because in that case, then the rook would be on a8. And what I want as White is, I just want my extra pawn in hand. So, if my rook was not under pressure, I would just want to play knight takes e6, right? That just wins a pawn and wins the game. So because the rook is under attack, I move the rook. But if you play rook takes b8, and knight takes e6, well, that's a good decision as well. I mean, how can it not be good winning that pawn? That's a very nice pawn. But my first instinct is to maintain the rook on the 7th rank with the move rook a7. Let's see.
It seemed promising. Yes, sir, I agree with you. But Nepomniachtchi went for the trade. He traded to get that one tempo that's needed for the pawn capture.
And he's done that. Let's do it again. From after rook b8, he did not play rook a7. He just said, hey, look, I'll take the pawn. And if you want the a pawn, that a pawn is not, the e6 pawn is kind of like the key to the king side, because look what's going on here. It feels like f5, f6 is going to steamboat Black off the board. However, there is c2 is hanging, right? Maybe I'm being a little bit too exuberant.
Yeah, Paravian also had that look on his face as if Nepomniachtchi had made a mistake. He was surprised, and it seems that after c5, that is indeed what's going to happen. The c2 pawn is a target.
Whoa, wait a minute. Something, it all has to do with the fact that rook is on b8. Wow. Okay. Well, Nepo for sure is calculated. There are a couple of players in my experience who are, I want to say kinetic. I just don't even know how to express it. It's like their brains are electrified and they calculate incredibly fast. So Vishy, Gary Kasparov, Vishy Anand were just two guys who were kinetic, like something was just the altered reality, right? Nepo is like that too. Nepo just like a tall looks in chunks. He just saw variations. Like he didn't, you and I go, I move here, you move there, I move here, and I should move here because of that. So that we have this internal dialogue with ourselves. No, Nepo looks at a position, he goes, there, that's what's happening. And it's like, what? He chunks.
He does. Yeah, I wish I could do that.
Right? He sees variations as a block of moves. And it's really, really weird. It throws me off. Queen A4. So obviously Nepo is all wound up as like a heavyweight boxer as he's showing his punch. But should he interpolate bishop e6 check first? Asked and answered. He said yes.
He indeed has given the check and now pushes f5 so that his bishop is attacking the d5 pawn, and also made sure that the black king is a little uncomfortable in the corner and also through the back rank.
Exactly. Also very important. The bishop on g4 was hanging. Yes, I understand it was defended, but it was hanging. So when you put your bishop on e6, you get it, like nicely protected. Whoa, f6. Where did that move come from? Whoa, a4, f6. Didn't anticipate that.
So he didn't want the bishop. He indeed pushes the pawn further, one square up to f6 to then take on e7. Both knights are gone from the board. Look at these pass pawns, the back rank, everything in this position is so sharp.
But look, this move c4 saves the day. Holy smokes. The queen covers the f8 square. I don't think Nepo saw this. That changes everything. The entire position changes on that salient feature that there is no back rank mate. Queen takes e7 is on black's agenda. By the way, don't forget that this bishop on g6 is doing a great job eyeballing c2. b3 takes c2, queen takes e7, and Nepo could be out the building.
He could very well be.
Turnaround.
Oh yes, look at his reaction to what has happened, the disappointment on his face. David Paravian, with only 25 seconds on the clock, has found some of the most precise moves in this sequence and is now winning.
Well, right here, white had to be winning. Just move the knight. Just like, I don't know, knight to c1 looks like is a pretty decent move if you ask me. But Nepo, he has missed this beautiful hidden defensive resource, c5, c4, and that changed everything.
It changes everything indeed. That move saves the day and turns the tables on white.
Wow. Because if you've got to do something like takes, and I'm not saying that this is a good move, if you've got to do something like this, then, for example, queen takes e7. Oops, excuse me. Queen takes e7, I'm trying to get that in. Bishop takes pawn to c3, and look at, suddenly everything is going in black's favor, as the most important pawn in the position is the c3 pawn. And wow, I mean, the tables have turned completely.
And Nepomnia, she knows that he's burning a lot of time here to try to find a way to at least make it more difficult for Paravian to convert. Now that the
sorry, we do have some moves. After c4 takes, he just recaptured. What, queen? What? Hold on, he didn't need to recapture. He could have taken on e7. Oh, Nepo, I think tricked him. I think capturing on b3 was a blunder. And after queen takes b3, again, it's that back rank checkmate. You don't take the queen because the rook would check and mate. Queen c5 check, and look at this. He's going to save the game now.
I cannot believe this. Nepo has found a way to trick Paravian into this beautiful queen sacrifice back rank checkmate pattern, which was missed by Paravian because of the time pressure. He doesn't have much time on the clock, 13 seconds.
Wow, that was really, really. And by the way, it's especially nasty now because after a move, for example, like e6, yes, you could take this pawn, but after this trade, you're not going to be very happy. You're just going to be a pawn down. So it was right back here. Everything was going suddenly in David's favor, and this is where he blundered, and he could have played the move queen takes e7, and I reckon that would have given him an advantage. But missing queen takes b3 in a blitz game, yeah, that's utterly forgivable. That's a great shot. Oh my goodness, that is a great shot.
Wow. And now again, the tables have turned fully. This game is a roller coaster, both GMs winning and losing within just a few moves.
Yep. Bishop takes d5, queen takes e7, e6. My gut tells me it should be winning for white. It's not the easiest of endings because the pawn, the passed pawn, is so well blockaded. But having said that, it's a very, very powerful pawn as well. So bishop takes d5 and e6 should win. And time trouble again, Anna.
Queen b7 was the choice of Nepomniachtchi, and our evaluation bar is dropping as it was not the most precise.
h5, finally making luft for the king so that you can take this pawn without suffering the consequences of checkmate. By the way, notice he played h5 and not h6, because h6, there's still, with the bishop on e6, there would have been that bishop g8 check. And what is going on?
Paravian down to 2.9 seconds. That's a 2-second increment he's living off of.
So there is the possibility of queen takes queen takes d5. And if queen takes e5, check this out. Who's turning the tables on whom? Oops, excuse me. I can't get in rook f8. Now I can do it. And this is where you get mated.
Oh, my counter back rank checkmate. Both kings have had back rank checkmate patterns. The current position actually is a queen versus a rook and bishop. So it's now Paravian again who is winning. Wow, what is going on?
Are you kidding me? No.
No, this is the current position. After queen e7, Nepomniachtchi went for the capture of the rook and the bishop. So he has two pieces for the queen.
But because of this back rank issue, he could have played e6. Oh my God, I think he was winning. That is to say, I think Jan was winning. Look, Jan's holding his head in his hand. Like, what have I done? I think with the move e6, he was just winning. He played rook c1, thinking, I've got a back rank mate, until you see the move queen e6, which is so obvious. It not only does it defend the mate, it boots the bishop. The bishop has to give way. Oh my, now it's time for Jan to say, okay, I will play bishop takes h5 and I'll make a fortress with my bishop on f3, my rook on h1 and my pawn on h3. What a topsy-turvy game. My goodness, Anna.
It's crazy what we are witnessing. Let's catch up with the live position. I think they had made a few moves. Oh, that pawn now is already on d4, on e3. We had a few moves that changed the current situation, being 2 pawns for each player. There's this d4 pass pawn, but you cannot push it to the d3 square because the bishop and the rook of white are guarding that square.
That is true. It was funny because I actually expected the rook to be on f1 and I expected the bishop to be on d1, and that was the fortress. Oops, something happened.
It says our tournament is over. I hope it's not true. I think we still have a couple of games ahead, including Hikaru,
I saw the screen,
including Levon, including Fabi.
That was very strange. Yeah, this was the fortress I was imagining, that the bishop just, whenever it's white's turn, the bishop is just oscillating on this diagonal. And any check, of course, I will move back into the corner, but you can't make any further progress than this. And so that's why I thought white does have refuge in a fortress. By the way, here, I think it's always more exacting to play a move like bishop check, just kick that king a little bit further away. But in any case, I guess David is trying to get the increments. He's kind of pre-moving a little bit here. Whoa, that move is a dubious move. The queen on h4 looks like a kind of a self-immolation, right? What are you doing? Okay.
Yeah, he's making a triangle with the queen trying back and forth to make some progress. But as you mentioned, Yasser, this is a fortress that Nepomniachtchi has gone for, with the d1 square being always under the protection of the bishop and the rook.
Exactly. Very nice. And now bishop back to d. Oh, okay. Pardon me. I was expecting the bishop to retreat to d1 in that exact moment. Like here, I would definitely have played bishop g6 check and then bishop back. But okay, I think this is a very, very clear fortress now. Whoa, I have to say, this was really eventful. And, you know, because the tournament, you know, the outcome of the match can be decided in one game. I think it's very fair to say we could have had 3 results in this game.
We definitely could have had.
He pre-moved bishop G. He pre-moved bishop H5.
Just what I was gonna say, that it's gonna be a draw, and then we're gonna have a tiebreaker. But no, David Paravian tricks Nepomniachtchi into pre-moving the bishop move. That was all right for the last couple of moves, but not with the queen on e8.
Right. So here, he's just, White's last moves have been kind of bishop d1 to g4 and h5. And Jan could play bishop to d1. I think that that's an excellent pre-move. But bishop h5 was not. And goodbye, Mr. Nepi.
Wow, that was such a sudden finish to a game that could have had 3 possible results. Paravian was doing better. First, Nepomniachtchi was doing better. Then Paravian was winning. Then Nepomniachtchi was winning. Then Paravian again. Then a fortress. It should have been a draw by the end. But with the time pressure and pre-moves, Nepomniachtchi eventually made a mistake of pre-moving that bishop to h5.
Crazy, crazy game. I have to give Jan credit for one of the really, really nice cheapo tactics I have seen in a long time. Right here, you know, you see the pawn on e7 is hanging. You think to yourself, this pawn is coming b3, b2. Black may win, until you see this move, queen takes b3, and that was just a really gorgeous, gorgeous cheapo, one of the best I've seen in quite some time. But in the end, there was a bad outcome. This is a game that Jan could have won many times over. And
it is. But after this roller coaster, we know that David Paravian will be the opponent of Fabiano Caruana in the semifinals. Before their match, though, we have other matches coming up next, and that is Hikaru Nakamura versus Levon Aronian. We are going to take a very short break, but after the break, it is the rematch, another battle between Hikaru and Levon. They have just faced each other at the Grand Prix in Berlin for the first place, and now they are back at it here for the qualification to the finals at the Rapid Chess Championship. Don't go anywhere. This is Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be back after a very short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have our semifinals already guaranteed and ready to start. Hikaru Nakamura against Levon Aronian. And that is a matchup we have seen not long ago at the Grand Prix in Berlin that Hikaru won in the finals of the various games against Levon Aronian. Yasser, what do you think we're going to see, and how motivated is Levon to give back some of that revenge for Berlin?
Exactly. Well, first of all, I mean, I just feel like I've gotten off a roller coaster ride. Okay, my apologies to the audience too, because I'm on like shaky legs. I just watched this game of Nepo, this match between Nepo and David that just went back and forth, and it was crazy. Hikaru and Levon, my goodness, you mentioned Berlin, but they have a very, very long history. I was about to say that if you were just to write a book on their games, it would be a trilogy, and talk about drama between them as they have fought in the Singfo Cups and the Grand Chess Tours and candidate tournaments. Yeah, they know the measure of each other very, very well. And I'm looking forward to another great epic struggle when these two guys sit down together. And we're seeing Hikaru staying true to what's brought him to the big dance, his knight f3, b3, e3, queenside fianchettos, and he's been doing very well with them. I mean, he's getting not just playable positions, but successes in the idea that the positions are rich, they're imbalanced, and well, he's doing very well with them.
It's true that he has been sticking to this setup, and it's working very well for him instead of going for something that's a lot more theoretical and where you need to be very up to date. With his schedule requiring full-time streaming, he's going for a more practical decision that's more about the middle game strategy. He's streaming, by the way, in this very moment, so we have a bit of a delay for his camera that's coming from his stream. But he's sporting a very colorful t-shirt. I think only Levon could compete with that level of colorful shirts and t-shirts.
True. I mean, they do have a very sartorial wardrobe, the two of them. Levon most especially. I like his choice of very, very colorful garb. A7, A6. This is almost a kind of a reverse Queen's Indian, where the move A6 really, gosh, sorry to put it bluntly, that's a lost tempo. I don't see any reason why that pawn needs to be on A6. You're not really worried about bishop to B5 captures. So the last two turns, something like E6 and bishop E7 might have been better used. Anyway, Levon has his own ideas, and he absolutely became the world's top player with them. A7, A6, still not that happy. From White's point of view, White's very happy. He's looking to establish a knight in the center of the board. I was about to say a knight in the center of the board. I was using the E5 square. Naturally, it became the D4 square in these last few turns. Bishop.
Now after bishop G4, bishop E2, a trade of the light squared bishops. Whom do you think it favors? It seems that Hikaru is ahead in development. He already castled.
Big time White. White, absolutely. You were just saying it yourself. Like, hey, wait a minute. So for me, a lot of people have different ideas, and maybe you could answer this definition. When is the opening finished, Anna? For you, when do you think we've passed the opening and we've gone into the middle game?
A good question. I feel like in this game, I would say Hikaru's position is already in the middle game phase, while Levon is in the opening because he's behind in development. He needs to develop the F8 bishop, get the king out of the center, castle king side, I believe, within the next few moves. But it does feel like, yes, sir, it does feel like Levon didn't play in the most accurate way, because this E3, B3 is not the most terrifying opening. And yet Hikaru has a really comfortable advantage.
Absolutely. So for me, again, a lot of people listening to our show will say, and they've been told, they've read their books, that chess has three phases: opening, middle game, and end game. And it's not always intuitively obvious where we stand. Are we in the opening? Are we in the middle game? For me, it's very, very simple, and it's really helpful. Whenever one player has connected their rooks, the opening is over for them. The opening is over. I mean, white is now in the middle game. Black, on the other hand, has not connected his rooks, so he has fallen behind in time, that is to say, development. And it's very clear that white is the one who is going to bring his rooks to the center. And he's going to break with either e3, e4, or the break that I preferred, which was c3, c4. Hikaru's already gotten in this e4, and the bishop is on a5. Wow.
And this is the moment when Levon finally got to castle, so his king is out of harm's way for now from the e5.
Right, but doesn't that bishop make a kind of woeful impression for you? I don't know, but that bishop on a5, okay, yeah, I guess it could come back to b6 if nothing goes too wrong. Okay, how bad or how good is it? Let's say I go f4, and the knight jumps away, and I go, pardon me, I go e5, the knight jumps away. I go f4. The rook, I presume, comes to tickle me here. And now I'll play something like rook f3. And I'll start to play for a kingside attack. At the moment, I haven't had to sacrifice anything. I get an attack for free, as we would say. Now, that might not be everybody's choice of things, and it wasn't Hikaru's. Hikaru decided that he wasn't interested in this e5, f4 ideas, which I find very attractive personally. Instead, he said, I want to open up the position, and when the position does become open, I want my rooks in the center of the board. So he played rook d1 and rook c1, and we've caught up with the players after bishop b6.
Bishop b6 to trade that very strong bishop of Hikaru. The d4 bishop
Exactly.
was a lot better placed than the a5 bishop. So Levon challenges it right now and offers a trade.
Well, I was going to say, if you're going to go for e5 and after knight d7, it's almost like, well, weren't we playing for a kingside attack? But I can imagine that Hikaru is thinking that he could use the pawn as a lever to play c4 and open up the position. In other words, if we had seen bishop takes d4 on the last turn, then maybe rook takes d4 with the idea of c4 would have been Hikaru's plan. Here C4 still, I find that move C4 to be attractive. Hikaru, who is streaming as we are, Hikaru always seems to have something like a kind of a scowl, like it's not as good as I hoped. He's up 2 queens, 2 rooks, a knight, and a bishop. Not as good as I hoped. I wanted a little bit more. I guess I've got to do this and promote my queen instead. He has just played the move h4, making Luft. It's a nice little space gainer. Sometimes the pawn can sneak its way all the way up the board. Rook c7. From Levon's point of view, Levon is only worried about one break in the position. c3, c4. That's his lone worry. So he anticipates that he would meet c4 with doubling his rooks, which is why he played the move rook c7. And now queen e3 defends the rook and prepares in case of bishop takes d4, c3 takes d4. Levon says, you know what? I want you to have a pawn on c3 so that when I play rook to c8, I've got something to nibble.
So he moved the bishop to c5 as it was hanging on b6,
Crafty.
and now it's ready to rook c8. It seems that Levon has solved the issue he had in the opening.
Yes.
I don't know in which moment it fell out, the advantage of Hikaru. It felt like he had a bit more of an initiative earlier, but that's how it goes with the initiative. When your opponent is behind in development, as soon as they complete development, it usually balances out the position.
Yeah, especially if you haven't made anything concrete. Like Hikaru did have that moment of space grabbing ideas of e5, f4, and creating a kingside attack. Instead, I want to say he played rook c1, d1, reasonable moves, but were they the most effective? Hikaru on screen, I see just kind of, again, this is a kind of a typical Hikaru Nakamura pose. I mean, it's like he's in some great pain and agony, and it's not the case. He's actually just calculating. But he does have like the 1,000 expressions, right?
Yeah, the many phases of Hikaru.
Right. That's what it is. Yes. And by the way, this semifinal, All-American Derby, as 3 of the 4 finalists are All-American. I'm stealing that from Robert Hess and I'm claiming it as an original.
It is an original. Yes, I've only heard it now, never heard it before. So it's your line. It's your line.
I understand, Nana, why you get the big bucks and they invite you back. Bishop c5. Okay, Hikaru, this is what he was calculating. Can he play c4? And the complications that occur after rook c8 takes. Everything is kind of covered on the back rank. h4 is hanging, e5 is hanging, d5 is hanging. So, I mean, he was calculating when he was in that, mode there, that he could get away with c4.
Mm-hmm. c4 and bishop to a3 has just been played by Levon as a quick response to this pawn push.
Okay, because Levon is probably thinking, hey, look, if I take and take, I'm simply helping my opponent get his pieces to good squares. The rook on c1, the rook on c1 just got transferred to a good square. On the other hand, if I play bishop a3, followed by pawn takes c4, then white is going to have a weakness that I can nibble on. The pawn on c4 will be isolated and not protected by a pawn. So I like this decision by Levon very much to play the move bishop a3.
So the rook moved away. It seems a couple of moves have happened since with the trade on c4 and pawn pushes on the king's side, h5, to try to push further to h6. So Levon says, no, I'm stopping you.
Exactly. And we're kind of in some kind of a major piece endgame with some weak pawns. The knight is not terrific. The knight on d7 is not terrific for black. I would much rather have it on a square like c6, where the knight would be defended by a pawn. It would be attacking this pawn on e5. It would be attacking the rook, and it would open up the d file. So as we all know, rooks belong on open files, and the d file is the open file. So the knight on d7 is looking for a better pasture.
Yeah, this is now an interesting moment where Levon chose to play knight e8 to
knight b. He did play knight b8.
He did. He's rerouting his knight
to the c6 square, so that again he could tickle the rook, but at the same time he wants to let me just put a moves on the board for just a quick second. Not that these moves are going to be played or anything like this, but he wants to be able to utilize the open d file. Okay, so this is kind of Levon's dream, and if he ever needs to step away from the king side, he can exit. So that was what the move knight b8 was all about. And queen e4, knight c6, rook d3 on the board. Okay, whenever you're playing against weak pawns, it's almost like your material ahead. So you start thinking trade pieces. So here, I would think from white's point of view, white needs to maybe attack black's king. So if I'm in black shoes, I'm thinking trade pieces because I'm ahead material. So if the rooks come off, the pawn on c4 would be weak.
I think that would have been very logical. Levon goes for another logical approach, simply wanting to grab the pawn right now. He went knight a5, give me the pawn.
Exactly. I think I made a mistake. Out of the corner of my eye, I did see such a possibility, but I didn't want to trade the c4 pawn for the b7 pawn, and I made an oversight. I forgot that any trades on b7 would permit knight takes e5. So definitely knight a5, very, very sensible move. Going for the pawn, and g4. Okay, that's like the church bells ringing and saying, okay, the bridges are just gotten burned. We are now in an all for nothing Donnybrook.
This
G5.
seems terrifying from White's perspective too. G4 is tearing open the king side in front of your own king. So the white king eventually is weaker now than the black king.
Right. So let's just say we make a move like, I don't know, b5, right? And then, so b5 basically defends the knight and then says, how strong is the move g5? And the reason I asked such a question, because obviously it's very strong, is the black queen could potentially come across. So let's just see a move here. I'll play a move like takes, knight takes, and you're threatening me with checkmate, which is devastating until you see the move f5.
Oh, and if then pawn captures en passant, the knight on g5 is hanging.
Precisely. That's precisely what I was thinking as well, is like this queen does do some defensive duty along this rank. And let me just catch up with the players, by the way. Ooh, this did not happen. So knight takes c4. He did not go after g4. Levon decided that his knight should be a little closer to this king side. And instead of playing b5, he decided to put his knight on d5. Takes. My first impression is, whoa, what is going on? Oh, queen c2. Ah,
nice.
Queen c2 with the defensive idea of queen takes f2, and also defending along this diagonal, king h8.
So he steps out of the check. He could still go for queen c2 now, changing the move order.
I'm thinking queen c2 all day. Let's trade queens. If I'm Levon, I'm please. All I want is a queen trade.
Because without that,
G8.
I was going to say, without that, the attack of Hikaru seems really strong. It only takes a few more moves and you are checkmated. Rook g8, Levon calmly says, once we trade rooks, my king will be safer.
He may be right. The knight on d5 is doing a great job at covering this very key square. So there's no posting up with queen f6 and rook g6, thanks to rook g4, thanks to the knight. But boy, I really am surprised that Levon did not play that queen c2 move that we were pounding the table for.
It's still really complex now, indeed, with the queens on the board, and it's Levon who has to play very precisely to not get checkmated.
For sure. And rook d8 was an indication of that precision that was necessary. Knight to e2, and Hikaru is basically saying, hey, look, if I don't get my knight to f6 with an exchange sacrifice to boot, my attack is not going to go anywhere. Knight e2, and he is telegraphing his intention, evil intention of knight e4, knight f6.
Yes, and knight e4 is possible even if the rook is hanging because of knight f6 check, winning the queen. So king h8 steps out of that knight check.
I was about to say again and again, I'm fearing this kind of slow building attack, and I was thinking queen e7, let's trade queens. I just want to trade queens. Levon is ice cold. He just moved his king. Knight to c4. The difference is that knight to e4 hangs the rook because there's no more knight f6 check.
Yeah,
there
that's
was
a big difference. So he goes to c4, heading toward d6, which still looks quite strong and scary for the Black King.
no question about it. The knight on d6 will be tickling this pawn on f7, as well as the rook on c8. And wow, 1 minute for Levon, 2 minutes, 23 seconds for Hikaru. I feel like Hikaru has compensation for the pawn, but with the clock times especially, I'm almost thinking that that Hikaru might be a favorite. Queen e7 came one move too late for my taste, but I'm glad he played that move. Otherwise, it was going to be very, very bad. The knight was going to land on d6, and bad things could happen to white in that case. But Queen e7, great defensive move, and Hikaru's got Hikaru very, very reluctantly had to trade queens and put his knight on d6, where he's now a big favorite to win back his pawn.
So he's attacking those 2 pawns. Yeah, but the rook also entered in the meantime the second rank, the rook on c2 attacking also 2 pawns at the same time. Hikaru defends the f2 pawn, saying that that's more important to keep on the board, and he wants to take on f7 or b7.
I was surprised by the move king g1. I thought he was going to play rook f4 myself, so that he could just play rook takes f7. And well, I mean, let's defend that pawn. That pawn is a very handsome little devil, wouldn't you say? That pawn on f7.
Indeed, and now Levon is defending if a king to g7, which wouldn't have been possible if the rook was on f4.
Precisely. Okay, so a4, and well, I must say that Hikaru is saying that I can win my pawn back anytime I want to, and I'm not so sure I will agree with him. It feels to me like Black's for choice. He's the one who's a pawn up after all. It's the time is the factor, though, too, Anna. We can never forget that the clock seems to melt away. This is like the fastest 30 seconds in the world.
It does seem to be the case for Levon. He will need that time, and there's increment, but it's only 2 seconds per move, so you can't really go very low on time in a very difficult position where the moves will not be flowing easily and naturally.
Exactly. And by the way, rook d6, love that move very, 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 pardon me, rook c5, love that move very much, because it does attack this e5 pawn. And if you have to play f4, well, okay, that means that the rook is never going to come over to g4. And again, look at the time. That 30, wow. That, ooh. Okay, we do have a checkmating sighting with knight f6 and rook g2. I think this is winning for Black now. Oh, I thought he was going to play rook check, rook behind, maintain the knight on d4 so that you could push your pawn home to glorious victory. Knight coming. There's a dance of the knights going on here. That's kind of funny. Okay, the knight is attacking the pawn on f4.
King is back on g7 to guard f7.
Okay, I was about to say the pawn was not grabbed. I mean, I'm just an old pawn grubber. I mean, come on, guys. You're taking liberties with these pawns.
Only 9 seconds left for Levon Aronian. This has been the issue for him. He's still up a pawn, but it seems like the material is now getting too low with only 1 pawn remaining.
True that, true that. And by the way, watch out for those tricky knight moves. The problem is that you're pawn up, but your king is stuck. The king needs to be anywhere on the queen side, and you're happy with your king kind of stuck on this silly square. You're unhappy. How are you supposed to use this pawn? How are you supposed to win the game? Feels like a draw.
And if it's a draw, it's good news for us, because we're going to get another game. There will be a tiebreaker in Blitz. And if the Blitz is a draw, we're going to see a bullet tiebreaker. The more game, the better for us.
Exactly. We got something to commentate because so far, including the walkover in round one of the quarterfinals, Hikaru's opponent didn't show up, and Hikaru won the game by forfeit. Whoa, Hikaru! No, what?
Oh,
What?
okay, still
This is crazy.
Getting tricky for Levon, who is the one who had the pawn up endgame, but now he has to defend with an exchange down.
Okay, it is a draw, of course. Rook and knight versus king and rook versus king and knight is a draw, but the rule is keep the knight close to the king. If you're the defending side, keep the knight close to the king. Like in this position, a move like knight a5 is terrible. So keep the knight in the vicinity of the king, and then you've got your draw.
The pawn is running, so Hikaru needs to stop it with rook e2 and knight b7 now. Again, I think Hikaru's laugh was a reaction to a previous moment since we have delay from his stream. Okay. But still great to see that he found it funny, whatever happened earlier in the end game.
He seems to be enjoying himself, and that somehow he's turned a pawn down, rook and knight and pawn versus rook and knight, and somehow he won the exchange and the pawn.
He did.
That's crazy. That's insane.
And now he can play on forever, because even though this should be a draw, it's not that easy to hold it with no time on the clock, especially not.
Exactly. He has a right to play on. He has the material advantage. And again, the idea is, like, you play a move like I was going to say knight c2. Just keep the knight as close to the king as possible. Knight b2 is best. Knight e1 is best. Keeping the knight close to the king. I was about to say knight b2 there. Would have been very fine. I'm sure that Levon and Hikaru both really drilled in their basic ending, so they know this. It's actually the time that is the factor.
Yeah, that's the main issue here for Levon, but so far he is defending very precisely.
Very accurately. Yep, I agree.
So this could lead to our first Blitz tiebreaker. This is about to end. Well, I think Hikaru will still try, but if Levon continues to defend this precisely, we will have a tiebreaker between these two in 3+2, 3-minute, 2-second increment with colors reversed.
Slightly dangerous move, knight a3, but the king and knight will still be close to one another. So that's very, very good. Quickly check and quickly play king f3. Quickly play king e3. King f3 or knight. Yeah, and 50 move rule will be popping up before too long.
Need to take a look at on what move was the last capture or pawn move.
I used to pat myself on the. Oh, he lost his rook. There was a pre-move. Levon attacked his rook, and Hikaru, pretty much like Jan, right here. I think Hikaru had pre-moved king d3, and Levon said, "Give me that rook, and let's make a draw." So we do have a draw.
So that's an immediate draw. We don't need to wait for the 50 move rule, which means that we will see a Blitz tiebreaker right now between these two. They have battled it out in Berlin, and as Yasser mentioned, there could be a trilogy of books written about the games between Hikaru, Nakamura, and Levon Aronian, and this is going to now go down to a 3+2 Blitz game, 3-minute, 2-second increment. Levon Aronian with the white pieces and Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces. Again, it's only one game. Yes, sir. If either of them wins, that player makes it to the final. If it's a draw, we're going to see a bullet tiebreaker.
Absolutely. And I remember one of their epic battles in those World Cup tournaments, those knockout World Cups, where Hikaru had very purposefully grabbed his king and was about to make a move and realized it was a blunder and it was a touch move moment. And it was like, ah. And on the webcams, it was just remarkable to see their expressions. Bishop d3. This is a very well-known variation in the two knights. But knight f3, I'm more familiar with the move h2, h4, simply protecting the knight, knight f3, and castles. This is weird. This knight on a5, as usual, in this variation, the two knights makes a woeful impression. In the move rook e1, it's not that you just want to take a pawn, which you may very well do, but with the rook on e1, the threat was actually to play d3, d4, and then be able to undouble your pawns, etc., etc.
Yeah, this is such a theoretical position. It has been a very complex line for quite a long time, where it is material imbalance, but the pawn structure of white, that extra pawn, is not really a healthy extra pawn on d3.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. But as they say, it's mine. It may be weak and ugly and doubled, but it's my extra pawn.
True,
you gotta believe in your stuff. Now, having said that, one of the benefits of having the extra pawn is there's a missing pawn in the position for black. So there's no pawn on b6. So without a pawn on b6, then this pawn on c5 has got to be considered an immediate target. So ideas of knight e4 followed by bishop to a3, bring your rook or queen to the c1 square, and hit this guy as hard as you can. And this is what Levon is doing. Oftentimes, though, I like including the move h3 because I personally find this move bishop g4, this pinning move, annoying. Don't want to have to deal with that. So I might have, instead of knight e4, I might have started with h3, but Levon starts with knight e4.
Knight e4, and now Hikaru spends a bit more time and then chooses bishop g4. Yes.
So Hikaru did go for this, what I would call the annoying pin. And okay, how's your spidey sense feeling? Does this feel like full compensation to you, Anna? Do you like white's extra pawn, or you think it's, how do you feel?
It doesn't seem like the strongest of pawns. At the same time, with the pressure on c5, the initiative that white has, and the continuous attack of black's pawn structure too, it might mean more than just the pawn. I like the pin. I would find it annoying, this light square bishop pinning the f3 knight with a potential knight d4 jump. But the question is, does Hikaru have the time for it? And is it that strong if white can push g4 and get out of the pin?
Right. That's my first impression too. So you'll always look at the most forcing moves first. You see a move like knight d4 and you're all excited. Go ahead, take my pawn if you like. I'll rupture the king side. But then comes g4, and it feels to me like white has fared really well. So maybe after bishop a3, it's time for f5. f5 followed by knight d4. Let's see what Hikaru played. He spent 2 minutes. Oh my goodness.
It's a lot of time.
Hikaru, wow. For the speed demon that he is, he really did spend a lot of time on that last move.
And then he plays bishop to e7, which the evaluation bar didn't like much. It dropped in favor of white. It has increased, actually, the evaluation. It's showing a bit of an advantage for white now after bishop e7.
Well, exactly. This move knight g3, as white is sitting there saying, okay, whoa, Levon played rook c1 so quickly. Holy, I mean, I would have at least stopped to consider the move knight takes. Oh, excuse me, there is, I mean, I'm sacrificing in exchange for like 3 pawns, but okay, that was why he played the move rook c1. But I was about to say, I would have really at least stopped to consider knight takes e4 there. He did not do it. And we had, oh, let me update my board. Sorry. There it is. Queen takes a2.
All right, so the pawn was actually captured, not quite like the Peruvian game where queen takes b2 was
Right.
suspicious, to say the least. As Nepomniachtchi, this a2 pawn is more important than the b2 bishop is attacked.
Right, and we just saw queen takes b2, knight takes c6, bishop h4. So we have this very unusual 2 bishops versus 2 knights position, an extra pawn for white, and my first impression is I like the extra pawn, but I'm not so sure. I mean, sorry for that. I just rook to e3, and how do I get my, I'm starting to think that I want to go queen to h5 and to try to force this bishop to trade itself. One of the things is you talk about I talk about prime squares for pieces. What are the pieces? You know the battlefield. What are the best squares for your pieces? Your best squares for the knights, if you're white, are c6, f6. Those are the best pieces on squares on the chessboard. So this knight is what I would call on a prime square. It's perfectly placed. Now, his move f7, f5, in my opinion, this is kind of a desperado move by Hikaru. He can't just sit there and watch white push his pawn to coronation. So he plays the move f5 to try to stir up some trouble for white. I don't think he's getting anywhere. How about you, Anna? How do you feel?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to work out. And now that pawn has been captured after the
exactly.
check.
Exactly.
So Levon with 2 extra pawns now. Both of them are down to 20 seconds. There's a 2-second increment. Okay,
something to be said for just recharging the position a bit. I thought that the rook is a little bit weak on c5. I want to put the rook on d3 so I could push the pawn. Push the pawn. Push the pawn. I mean, get that pawn to, and then put the rook on e6. That would have been automatic. I mean, just for me, I would have done that instantly. And this was a nice idea by Levon. He does threaten a tickle with queen, knight to f7. Okay. Seconds
so
for Levon.
Indeed, the pair of rooks have been traded, but now with the offer of the queen trade, he is dropping the d4 pawn.
No, why did he drop the d4 pawn? Oh, okay. This extra pawn should be winning still, but it was much cleaner with an extra pawn. Now it's only 1. Should still be winning, but 2 pawns was for sure winning. Now put the knight on g5, knight, king e4, knight f3. Those moves play themselves. Not so easily, says Levon. Okay, put the knight on e6. You want to draw the h-pawn up the board. So it's nice to have the pawn, for example, you could go knight f8, provoke the pawn to h6. The knight is covering on d3. I think Levon is messing about.
He has maneuvered the knight to d5, but it doesn't seem to be the right way. Although with the knight fork attempts, of course, he had a very strong threat. Hikaru spotted knight c4 check.
Exactly. Okay, so Levon could be thinking, let me put my pawn on a, whoa, on a, I don't know. It just feels to me like Levon is not playing technically very well this game. And it could be that he's already spoiled it.
It feels like that because if the A and B pawns are traded, black can give up the bishop for the remaining white pawn, leading to an immediate draw.
Precisely so. Exactly. So king to d6. Okay. Yeah, this feels like wrong. I think as white, you would like to have kept the H pawns in this position.
And since Levon has traded it, what most likely will happen is that Nakamura will hold this endgame, and the draw will mean for us another tiebreaker. This time bullet chess, 1+1.
Exactly. Ooh, F6.
Oh, wait a second. Have I jinxed it?
I think you did.
Ah,
It's the commentator's curse. It's the commentator's curse.
I wanted to see another game. It would have been bullet, but now.
Check. He's going to sacrifice the bishop. Yeah, yes. And king b5 and a4 should be a draw, right?
It seems like that, but
no, he did it the wrong way.
Oh.
He put his king on b3 so that king c5 and king c4 will maintain the pawn, and Levon with 6 seconds on his clock is going to win and go to the finals.
Wow. Our evaluation by 2 is verifying that this endgame indeed is winning, because black doesn't have a way to get rid of the last pawn. So all that you need to draw this is to make it to b4 with the king, or when the king is on b5, push a4. One way or the other, you need to trade this final pawn of white, but black was not in time. It seems that even with king b5, he's not in time.
No, because after king b5, knight d5, a4, you think knight c3 check, king b4, and you think, oh, I've got to win. No, if you take the knight, the pawn
pawn takes a4.
And there you have it. Wow, what a game. Congratulations, Levon, as he uses the tiebreaker to get himself into the finals.
Yeah, already the rapid game, the previous game we have witnessed between Hikaru and Levon was really exciting. But now with the Blitz, that we thought maybe Levon already spoiled the advantage. Hikaru was defending very precisely, but then he also made a mistake and slipped, eventually leading to Levon qualifying to the final. And his opponent, we shall see who will be his opponent. That's going to depend on the next semifinal. That's Fabiano Caruana against David Paravian. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and then we are back with the semifinal match between Caruana and Paravian. This is Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. See you in a moment. Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn, explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet, get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much, much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Yes, sir, this is our way of learning about cryptocurrency. I need to learn for sure.
Me too. I am not an experienced crypto trader whatsoever, but I do have a lot of friends. A lot of my chess grandmaster colleagues really are into crypto, and so okay. I mean, it's an asset that you should learn about. What an event we have so far in these semifinals, and we've got one coming up, the other semifinal between Fabi and David, and off they go, as David had pulled off an upset and knocked Nepo out of the competition, Anna.
And what a game that was. A roller coaster between Nepomucci and Paravian earlier in the quarterfinals. It was anyone's game, literally. Both of them were winning and losing within a few moves difference in the game. But Paravian, as you said, knocked out Nepomucci and is now playing with the black pieces against the top performer of our Rapid Chess Championship series. It is Fabiano Caruana, who has scored the highest number of Grand Prix points so far in the event.
Absolutely, our leader. Bishop b5 check. And I mean, I want to say, in our 10 million database of games, I think knight f3 has been played 90% of the time. So bishop b5 check is a little bit offbeat, as Fabi is trying to get David to misstep his pieces a little bit. He played bishop b5 check, so that after bishop d7, bishop to c4, he's hoping, as Fabi, that after a move, for example, like knight takes a c3, b takes c3, you've got ideas of queen b3 as well as queen f3. And thanks to this pawn on c3, a little bit more influence in the center. I would not recommend knight takes c3 as a move for black, and he played the correct knight to b6. And after e6, again, it's one of those things that in the very, very top world of chess, it's hard to get a position where we're not talking about advantage, we're talking about an ability to play and get a position where 3 results are possible, because so many openings in chess have been analyzed almost to the point of burnout, you know, just a drawn ending or middle game. b2, b3. Do we dare suggest that this is an influence of Hikaru?
It could be. It's a very similar setup, different move order, but the same e3, b3, fianchettoing the queenside bishop. And as you said yesterday, it's so difficult with modern day theory to play for an advantage in the opening. Many, many lines have been analyzed up to move 30 or so, depending on which variation we're talking about. And we see a trend for e3, b3, or other similar structures, setups that don't necessarily open a theory discussion. It's not about fighting for an opening advantage, but just getting a playable position and then trying to outsmart your opponent.
Precisely. And here we see that what Fabi is eyeballing is an opportunity to play knight e4, thanks to the rook being on c1. This pawn on c5 sticks out a little bit. The knight on b6 doesn't allow for the natural b7, b6. For that reason, a move like knight to d5 is easy to suggest, so that if you played knight e4, I do have b7, b6 as a retort. Let's see what David will play. And again, in my career, we had what we called the hedgehog, and it was a defense that I really liked to play a lot. And as white in such positions, I would look to play queen c2 and queen b1. Don't ask me why, but I just thought that was such a cool maneuver.
It does look like a hedgehog with colors reversed. Often the
Right.
hedgehog would be in the Sicilian defense, a setup
Precisely.
that's very common. And now white could do the same, as you said, that queen maneuver, very typical of the hedgehog, with the pawns making it to d3 and a3 if it's the traditional hedgehog setup.
Right, exactly. And here, well, David's using some time. I mean, he's burning some clock, as we would say. What other possibility beside knight d5 could he be thinking of? Again, the desirable e5, in order to be able to move the bishop, has a drawback. In this case, knight e4 is especially strong because suddenly it would open up a double attack against both c5 and e5 pawns. So unfortunately for black, the desirable e6, e5 is a bad move. Maybe it's time to play bishop to f6. Looks a little bit artificial, but I want to stop knight e4.
Bishop f6 to pin that knight on c3 seems logical. I wonder if that's one of the main options he's considering, and is there any other...
If I was playing a bullet game, like you just play by instinct, no time to think, just make a move, then knight d5 does it for me. But you have a suggestion, Anna?
No, I think I rely on your knowledge here, Yasser, because this position, to me, seems a bit unpleasant from black's perspective, even if it's not that big of a deal, but it's not that natural. And so he goes for knight b4. He didn't choose knight d5 nor bishop f6, but says knight b4 to put some pressure on the a2 pawn and the d3 square, but neither of them are accessible. So it's basically to regroup his pieces and make it to d5 with the knight.
Precisely. So the idea is that after, for example, knight b4, knight e4, oops, you've just hung the pawn on a2, and there's even a move like bishop c6, because it's not possible for you to take on c5. I will take on f3 and win a piece. So knight b4 is okay, but then the question is, after a3, knight back, maybe something like knight e5. We had a famous I don't know if he was a grandmaster, Pillsbury, pardon me, not Philidor, Pillsbury. And he did what we called the Pillsbury attack, with the pawn coming to f4, the knight coming to f5, the pawn coming to f4, a rook up and over, and then the bishops would carve up black's position. So if there's a drawback to the move knight on c6 to b4, then it's based on the move knight to e5. Now, once again, let's just take a look and see how forcing is this type of a situation.
Indeed, we have this move. Yes, sir. A3 happened and knight d5, but knight e4 was the choice of Fabi.
Okay, because that's a question. So you sit here and say, all the top grandmasters, with the singular exception of Vishy Anand, will look to win the two bishops. So a lot of grandmasters from the top players are going to go knight to e5 and knight takes d7. But the point is, the bishop on d7 is not the most electrifying bishop in the world. And Fabi says, I don't really want to take that bishop. That bishop is not looking so good. Let me play knight e4, keeping pieces on the board. By the way, at the same time, maybe if I'm in black shoes, I'm interested as black to play the move bishop f6. So that's another reason why knight e4 was the choice. Queen e8. I just mentioned that the bishop on d7 is no great shakes. And we're up to date with the players, but a big time advantage for Fabi as the game's underway, Anna.
It is a big time advantage, and also it feels like the position should be favoring white. It just seems too slow what black has been doing with the knight maneuver and knight now queen to e8. Black's pieces have less space, less
Yes.
freedom to move and regroup, so that
Right.
rook on f8 stuck. The bishops too are not very active. And yes, the idea of bishop b5 seems to be a good idea strategically, but does black really have the time to spend these many moves on such regrouping of the pieces? I guess it's Fabi's choice now to try to prove how you can take advantage of having the initiative here. And he's doing so with rook c2. Oh, I thought he had made that move, but yes, your move. I like
Right.
it.
I
like
do
your
too.
move.
I like rook c2 because I like the idea of swinging. A moment ago, I said queen c2 to b1. I like the idea of swinging the queen to a1. And okay, you're welcome to play bishop to b5, and I will play d3 in veritable hedgehog fashion. And again, I want to play queen a1, and I want to swing this rook over to the c1 square to pressure as much pressure as I can against the pawn on c5. So rook c2, it's attractive to me, but by the way, I mean, Fabi is also slow playing it here. There's something in the position he doesn't like. I'm not sure what it is, but rook c2 definitely is attractive.
I like your idea. He has chosen knight e5 instead to maneuver the knight toward the c4 square. Yeah, bishop b5, offering the bishop trade, but obviously Fabiano didn't want to trade. And they have made a few moves since, if we catch up with the live board. Oh.
Okay, I just will. Knight e5, bishop b5, d3, and knight d7. I think that David was saying, like, at some point, I'm going to need b6, knight to c4, rook c6, bishop f3, and are we up to date? I believe we are. So I prefer white. I don't like certain... one of the really, really great players of the chess history, and very underrated, in my opinion, world champion. Everybody should be forced to read his book, My 200 Best Games by Vasily Smyslov. And Vasily Smyslov had a style that I can only describe as harmonious. He made sure that all of his pieces were working together. And I see more harmony in white's position, queen d2, rook c2. All the pieces seem to be working. Whereas black side, the bishop on b5, the knight on d5, and the knight on d7, the rook on c6, are not what you call beautifully linked together in, you know, a conceptual chain of what you're going to do. Whereas for me, from white's point of view, white has much better harmonious pieces. And Vasily Smyslov, he became world champion for a reason, and that was because he had this beautiful natural style. I loved his games. I loved his book. It's right back over here on my left side.
Absolutely, much recommendable to all our viewers to read the book, to study the games of Smyslov, and understand more about the harmony you are describing. I agree with you that white's position is just full of harmony, the pieces collaborating, contributing, making each other stronger, working as a team, while black's pieces are kind of, it a bit feels like checkers when you have all those many black pieces on light squares, but not with an idea. It's a bit of a strange situation for Paravian that he will need to try to regroup his pieces again. But he has done so with this knight before knight d5 idea, then the rook came to c6, and still the pieces don't make much sense with the queen on e8 especially.
A little bit surprised by the move queen b2. I really like very much the idea of getting the queen on the battery of the long diagonal. Queen d2 suggests to me that what Fabi has in mind is something altogether different, which is to put his queen on b2, put his bishop on b1, put his bishop on a1, and then his queen on b2, and try to provoke this weakness f7, f6. Instead, he's played rook to d1. This suggests to me that he's looking for an opportunity of playing d3, d4. by the way, just the way my mind works. When I see the move d3, d4, and I get my opponent to capture, I get to go queen takes d4, and I instantly imagine that my queen can capture on a7.
Grabbing a pawn, yes.
Grabbing the pawn. Gift me the pawn. Put it in the pocket, and we'll be good friends. Ace played d4 and b5. Okay, again, I see more harmony in white's position than black's. Can he translate that into some significant advantage or not? Let's see. B5. Well, I want to drop in on the c6 square. So can I play the obvious? And if you take, what I'm trying to do as white is I'm trying to drop the knight in on the d6 square and play e3, e4. What has he done after b5? So
we do see exactly that battle for the d6 square with the knights.
And he jumped right. That's a strange move. What's very interesting about the minor pieces, especially the knights, is knights love protection. Okay, you want the knights get stronger as they're protected. So jumping to the square d6 is really not on my radar, because the d6 square is only protected by the knight. I like the move knight e5. Now, the move c5, if it forced the move c4, then I can very well understand why Fabi was attracted to the move knight d6, because now maybe a move like a4 starts to look really good. If I could force you to play this would be a dream come true for me. Look at white's pawn structure. The pawn gets to go to c5, it's game over. So do we have a4 on the board? Let me check. We only have
believe
c4.
Fabi still is considering how to react to c4, but he should be calculating a4. That must have been the idea.
A4 is really the most logical reaction. Maybe black even has to play c3 and force some trades, but a4 looks very compelling. Besides a4, another move I might find compelling is the move bishop e2. Again, trying to force a move like c4 takes b3, knight takes b5. But boy, if it was a bullet game, a4 is an instant for me. I don't know.
So if not a4, what other moves do you think he's considering? Is queen a5 or any other forcing moves?
Queen a5, yes. Why not? Queen a5 also, a lot to be said for that move. You're making a double attack with the queen as well as the knight. I think the problem might be something like this, Anna, defending the bishop with the rook, but at the same time, this knight on d6 might be a little bit in the cookie jar. So I'm thinking bishop e2, I'm thinking a4, and not too many other moves, frankly.
Yeah, rook c6 is a really good response to queen a5 that I did not see.
By the way, there is a nice little cheapo.
We have a move.
We do?
We have a move, yes, sir. We didn't quite think of this move because it hangs the d6 knight, but it doesn't hang the a6 bishop.
Whoa, okay, that wasn't on my radar. I definitely did not consider this move. Okay, so a moment ago I was saying, like, if the queen got to d4, what a glorious day it would be. And here, this is kind of what Fabi has in mind. Don't go grabbing. Whoa, there's still c3. Has Fabi calculated? Has Fabi calculated this properly? Black has c3. I beg your pardon. So he played knight c5. And what happens if we take it? I mean, that's a question we always ask ourselves, right? So we say, oh, I want to sacrifice my rook. And you go, great, what if he takes it? I want to sacrifice my pawn, says Fabi. My question is, great, what if he takes it?
Aronian didn't want to go for this line. It would have been interesting to see what was Fabi's idea here. If queen d4 c3 is good for black, he had to have something else, but instead bishop takes dc was the choice.
Bishop takes d6. Okay, maybe. My first thought is there was a potential for, seriously, there was a strong potential for a missed opportunity there by David, and instead he's gotten into this position where, again, bishop takes g7 is not working. I wanted to play queen d4 check. So the time is 15 seconds.
Oh my, again, Aronian is in huge time trouble.
To 2 minutes for Fabi. Okay, so it's 2 knights versus 2 bishops, open position, but an extra pawn for black. But I think so much depends upon the move e3, e4 at the moment. Queen d4, b c3. And there's Fab. Fabi could play bishop takes c3 and make an easy draw. But he's playing against the clock and for the win, and he's ready to play the move e4 and blast open this diagonal. This could be it. He could make the finals if this works well.
And with only 5 seconds on the clock, Aronian has to be defending a really complex position. Pair of bishops against pair of knights.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, this is the key. This is a very key moment. The last move, by the way, by David is really a nice move. He's just begging for the chance. He's just begging, please give me an opportunity to play knight e5, and then I'll be safe. I'll be safe. But no, e3, e4 comes.
Oh, what? But wait, is that the right way to play it now? Rook c4?
Whoa.
Oh.
He walked into knight e5. That was the dream. That was the dream move for David.
And he plays it with 7 seconds on the clock, just like against Nepomniachtchi. Aronian with very low time, but finding the critical moves when the opponent blunders.
He sure did. He sure did. That, oh my gosh. And c2, and David will be winning because that is an awesome pawn. That pawn, you're just never going to win it. e5, f6, rook c8. You play all of these moves a la tempo, and it's goodbye, Fabi. Rook c8, goodbye. This is over.
Oh my. Oh, wait, Fabi's trying to complicate matters. Bishop takes e5, knight e2. Everything is hanging.
There's queen takes c4, and there was a back rank mate. Oh, Fabi got so lucky with, oh my gosh, that was just too funny. Bishop takes e5, what a cheapo. Brilliantly done. And they're going to go, there's a queen a1 check. After you take everything on c2, queen a1 check is going to draw the game because a3 is hanging. And that will be a draw.
What a game this has been. And Fabi with that escape, thanks to the back rank. Again, a back rank pattern.
Wow. Yeah, we're getting our puzzle rush. What? Oh, there is queen a8 check. Sorry. Queen a8 check, and the players can politely offer one another a draw. Whew. Wow. That game had everything as well. And it was another one of the, right here, I was thinking that Fabi was going to play e4, okay? And then we would go on. And after queen d4, I thought, well, okay, now Fabi was going to take and the game was going to be a draw. But he played for a win, and he missed that after this move. This move is a gorgeous move. It changes completely everything. And now suddenly black is just winning. Knight f4. He took, I'm kind of thinking that there might have been even something more there for black. But right here, I guess he didn't need to play e5 right away. I think he should have maybe just started with this move. But he did play e5. We got here, and then this move is an automatic, but it allows this cheapo galore with bishop takes e5. What should he have done instead? Maybe rook d8. Would that have been it? No, that's not it. There was a move here that would have maintained his advantage. He didn't find it, and suddenly we're right back into another tiebreaker. Anna.
That was such a roller coaster again, but this is what we see often in the Rapid Chess Championship. We will see a blitz between these two, with Parabian having the white pieces, Fabiano with the black pieces, 3+2, 3 minutes, 2-second increment. We're just waiting for Fabiano to return to his computer, and the game will begin. This is all to determine who is going to challenge Levon Aronian in the finals. He won already his semi-final match against Hikaru, and either Fabiano or David Parabian will be the opponent depending on this next Blitz game.
Exactly, and all the semi-finalists are guaranteed $2,500 to get into the finals. The winner gets $7,500, and the runner-up, Anna, how much does the runner-up get?
Oh, there's a lot of money at stake, but I always forget the numbers. Also for the GP points, it matters, of course, because that's for the overall. Exactly, we have a card here, but also the moves are happening so fast. So I think we're gonna talk about the prices afterwards. Exactly. Yes, what's going on?
We have a Scotch ending. That's what we've called it in Prague. Praganana. He likes playing this ending very, very much as white. They've been playing this ending pretty much since the 1900s, and they've always thought that the game was balanced. And it's always felt that way to me, but there are players who feel that white has an edge. I think it's basically evenish.
Yes, after knight f5, bishop c5, this is always the discussion here, with black having a worse pawn structure, but the pair of bishops, and white trying to get this f5 square.
And the crazy thing is that if you get into a situation like this is, you think to yourself, well, bishops of opposite color, it should be a draw. And the crazy part, this is exactly the position that white is playing for, because in white's mind, what white wants to do is go g3, king g2, and go and try to create a passed h-pawn. And that is what the white players hope that they will be able to achieve in this ending. So even though the move bishop takes f5 looks perfectly reasonable, white players are saying, that's what I want. I want that ending.
And for that reason, black decides to not take on f5, but keep the pair of bishops on the board. Bishop takes f5 will always be an option for black.
Exactly.
If black is getting into trouble because of the knight, because that's a very well-placed piece for white, of course. But for now, bishop to c5 is Fabi's choice. And Parabian is now thinking, it's not a lot of time that the players have here. It's 3+2, the time control now for the tiebreaker, 3 minutes, 2-second increment.
It goes by fast, it sure does. Rook e2, very much a very logical move by white. Rook e1. I was about to say that, to my mind, the most common way of handling this position as white is, funnily enough, to activate your king, to go g3, to go king g2, to play f4, and to go king h3 and king h4 and king h5. Just, the king, a good general leads his army into battle, right? And, white voluntarily moved his knight away from the f5 square.
To attack the e6 bishop as well as the c6 pawn, but now after the trade, rook b4, targeting the d4 pawn. How can white guard that pawn? Paragon is shaking his head.
That was a terrible move. He voluntarily played knight f5 to d4, and to my eyes, he's just blundered a pawn. I mean, maybe bishop e2 will sneak it back. So, for example, if you played the move bishop to, well, let's start with rook takes d4. And after bishop e2, it is true that white is going to win his pawn back, but there will be rook d2. So white blundered a pawn there, Anna. There's no question. White should not have played the move knight d4.
Yes, and he noticed that a bit too late once the move was already
Exactly.
on the board. So
Right.
now with the extra pawn, Fabi has great chances, obviously, to convert
Sure.
it into a full point and make it to the final against Levon Aronian.
Well, here, when you're defending these kinds of positions, you tend to want to trade pawns. So rook takes c6, rook to d2, bishop to f3, rook takes a2, rook d1 would have been my way of defending the position. Instead, white has played f3, a move I don't like at all. After f3, I'm thinking the bishop can go back to d7. This rook could go over to a8, and a4 is going to be a very, very clean and powerful extra pawn for black.
Yeah, this has
F3.
gone very, very poorly for Paravian after
Very
knight d4.
Yeah, very wrong indeed. So I'm thinking bishop d7 is a very good starting move with the idea of a4 and then to activate the rook. By the way, Fabi's taking some time here.
He is.
He
What other
could
moves do
be
you
thinking
think?
that
Rook c8?
he could be thinking about rook c8. I don't quite feel that move myself. I think that bishop d7. Normally speaking, what you're trying to do is when you have a choice between activating a piece, which piece to activate, you activate the more powerful piece. In this case, if you had played rook c8, it would be a defensive piece. In this case, you played bishop d7, which is a less powerful piece, so you can keep the rook active. You want this rook either on the e8 square or the a8 square, so you can play a4. And Fabi is thinking to himself, okay, all I need is the tempi to play good moves, good solid moves like king up the board, f4. And I like to keep the rooks on the board in this case. I would play rook b4. Normally, every broadcast I get in one good cheapo, and the cheapo I get in is, these guys are really, really good. Whenever Fabi plays a move that I suggested, I laud him to the skies. I mean,
you're doing very well, yes, sir. And you are a legend. I hope that the viewers know that they have a legend commentating here.
He plays so well. Okay, I've been kind of drumming the table a little bit for rook a8, but either way, you want to get in this move a4. So you're transforming a weakness, your isolated a pawn, into a weakness for white. This pawn down on b3. Fabi taking his time. Maybe he's contemplating king g7 to play king f6 first.
He ends up taking on b3, and now we shall see if he'll trade the rook or keep it on the board through the fourth rank.
Yeah, I much prefer keeping the rooks on the board, but the problem is I don't want to give my opponent anything in return. Oh, look at this. Fabi has spotted the tactic.
So
and
he
thanks
gives up
to this
his
pawn,
bishop. Yeah.
Thanks to this pawn on h4, it's checkmate. It's checkmate.
Wow, not even just the winning rook endgame, but checkmate on the board in a few moves. That was very pretty.
It certainly was. I would like to say that was a model game by Fabi, which it really was, but it was that move knight d4 that just totally turned the game in a single move. And well, we're going to have a great finals, Anna.
We will. It is Fabiano Caruana again who makes it to the finals of the Rapid Chess Championship, and his opponent this time is not Hikaru, because Hikaru was knocked out by Levon Aronian. So it's Levon Aronian against Fabiano Caruana. We're going to take a very short break, but after the break, here you will have it. Caruana versus Aronian in the finals of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Don't go anywhere. This is it. Caruana, Aronian, we need your predictions too. See you in a moment. Blitz Chess Championship is back with exciting new twists. Now a double elimination tournament. The event features 16 players like Hikaru Nakamura, Daniel Naroditsky, Fabiano Caruana, and many other race for the crown and their share of the $100,000 prize fund. Catch the next round of the Blitz Chess Championship tomorrow, right here on chess.com.
Very nice. World Blitz Championship going on there. But we have a Rapid Chess Championship finals coming up, Anna, and two very deserving players in this final as Fabi plays against Levon. And we know that Fabi is defending champion. He won last weekend. How about Levon? Has Levon gotten into a finals before?
From what I recall, and that's what I was thinking of before we came back from the break, that I don't think he has been very successful yet. Ooh. He has played various times, but hasn't made it this far. Fabiano, as you pointed out, so far is the most successful player in the Rapid Chess Championship.
He's leading the tour thus far, absolutely.
He is. So let's see if Levon can upset the current winner. Fabiano has already won various times, and there's so many more weeks to go. But Fabiano now with the white pieces in this first game, 10+2 is our time control, 10-minute, 2-second increment.
Exactly. And a Berlin invitation. We saw in the Swiss, a lot of the players were playing the draw. Almost like the Grandmaster draw in the Berlin variation for reasons of jockeying and trying to qualify. So we saw a number of draws, but in this case we are seeing just the straightforward ending.
Sorry, yes, sir.
Not at all. I mean,
allergy times here.
Just shout out incoming and I'll be good.
I wish I always knew what I need to sneeze, but it's not a very good day for allergies for Anna. No. But I'm listening.
Yeah. So I recall, of course, the famous game between Hikaru and Magnus Carlsen from one of the very first single cups, where Hikaru grabbed the two bishops with knight takes c8. He played like d3, g3, bishop g2. And Magnus, he just put his pawn on f5 and his knight on d6 and got a very easy draw as black. So that game was somehow, I want to say, the map, right? Like everybody followed that game thereafter. And I think it was a very, very well played game. Again, look it up. It's between Hikaru, Nakamura's white, in the classical game, Sinquefield Cup against Magnus. So the players are showing they know their stuff.
They do know their stuff, and for how long you think they will know their stuff? Who will be the one who first starts thinking? Actually, as I'm asking the question, it is the one who is spending now more time. Does it mean he's out of his preparation already, or he's just choosing between options? What do you think this shows?
Yeah, exactly, and that's like the hard part in chess, and you ask the players at the end of the game, dude, I mean, you thought 15 minutes were which variations were you calculating? I mean, was it tough? What was going on in your mind? And he says, I was trying to remember my notes. That's all it was. Like I couldn't remember what I was supposed to play. So oftentimes the players do go into the tank because they're trying to remember their analysis. Dope. I mean, it would be nice to have something other than that to say about a pause, but that often is the case. Queen f6. Okay, that looks okay. Knight d6 still on the agenda. f4 ideas as well.
So Levon has been trying to recall those notes. It seems he has remembered it. If this is what he prepared either for today or in general, this line, as you said, has been very topical. Right. And now after bishop h3, with that pin, of course, f4 is not an option. Right. What do you think Levon will go for in this case?
Exactly. You're always looking to maximize the efficiency of your pieces. And in this case, the rook on c5 obviously is on the wrong square. The rook belongs on the e8 square, because as we know, rook belongs on open files. So something like knight to d6 with the idea of rook to e8. First of all, sidestepping the pin makes a great deal of sense, and it prepares f4. Another variation or another idea is once you get your knight to d6, you can ask yourself, well, where does it go exactly after it gets to d6? And if you're not convinced the knight actually stands well on the d6 square, you can easily convince yourself that it might be better. By the way, that was a mouse slip. I apologize. The pawn was supposed to go to g6.
I was already
somehow it got to
expecting
g5,
some
and
aggressive attack. Yes, sir. G5, G4, F4.
Go.
Push him, baby, as we learned it from you.
Right, push him, baby. Put the knight on g7, put the rook on e8. So I would think that those are the two choices going through Levon's mind. By the way, I want to just, and we do have, let me catch up with the players. Bishop h3, bishop b6, okay, fair, right? What did I say about making your pieces as effective as possible? The bishop on c7 was not as effective. c3, knight d6, and now Levon is all ready, juiced and ready to play rook e8 and more or less swap a lot of pieces off the board. Sorry, Anna, I think I interrupted you.
I was just wondering earlier about White's development. So bishop h3 was played by Fabi. What's going to happen to the c1 bishop? Is it time for bishop f4 and the rest of the white pieces? What's a setup here for White?
Just as you said, it is definitely time for bishop f4, followed by queen d2. I mean, you can't let your pieces sleep on their original squares too long, and bishop f4 is like kind of a screamer move, like, hey, come on, coach, get me into the game. And if you were so lucky as White, I don't think you will get that lucky. If you were so lucky that you could get in the moves bishop f4, queen d2, and bishop e5, now we're talking. That would be a very real initiative for White. So we're not going to I'm certain we will not be seeing this from Fabi.
So what is it? Queen h5. Look at that, yes, sir. So instead of the bishop development, queen h5, now the bishop can also go to g5. Right.
And there, I mean, it's kind of there's an attack on the e8 square, and you can easily imagine if the bishop did go to f4 and there was a rook on e8, then bishop takes d6 would win White control of the e file, and that's meaningful. So queen, sign me up. That's a very decent move. I thought that bishop f4 was more or less, if we just go back for a second, I can easily imagine myself playing the move bishop f4, so that I could start to think in this way too, that beside queen d2, I want to play queen h5. But the difference is that Fabi is thinking that if he plays queen h5, he gives himself the option of bishop g5, a move he didn't have previously. So good move.
And we do have some updates. Yes, so g6 was the response of Levon to queen h5, and Fabi immediately goes to g5 to offer a queen trade.
Yeah, g6. When your bishop is away, and you're weakening these dark squares, okay, that was a big decision, that move g6 by Levon. I'm not a big fan. If we're going to see in the next move or two if White can take advantage of these dark squares or not. If the answer is no, then hey, great, g6 is fine. But boy, you have to be absolutely stone cold certain that that was a good move, because it can so easily cost you the game. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Bam. And now let's see how the current position will turn out after the queen trade and knight f7. Queen takes g5, bishop takes, and knight to f7 is where we are.
Okay. So normally speaking, whenever you have possession of an open rank, and in this case, white has possession of the open rank, you want desperately to double your rooks, right? You desperately want to double your rooks. So in this case, what I would do is I would go bishop to e7, and then I would double my rooks so that I could play rook e2 and rook e1. So I'm thinking that white is for choice. As let me update the position, knight f7. The alternative is bishop f6 check, and then maybe rook to e6. But doubling the rooks is like a priority. The problem is knight takes g5. I've got to dodge. Don't blunder a piece.
That's a very instructive tip here. Indeed, we all need to make sure that the bishop moves. Bishop f6 or bishop e7. Yes, sir. Which one do you think Fabio will go for? He's taking quite some time here.
Here I would probably go bishop e7 immediately. The desirable thing, though, is don't forget that you have a light square bishop. So your trump in the position against the knight is that your bishop plays on the light squares. And whenever you have a light square bishop, you want to see your opponent's king on a light square because you've got the light square bishop. And why is that important? Because in a very near future, you may play the move g4. And then after a trade, the bishop would instantly want to come to the e6 square, where guess what? Your king happens to be on g8. He did play bishop f6, check, and priority. Bring your rook, doubling your rook on the e file. Is coming in. Feels nice. It feels more comfortable for Fabi at this moment.
It does feel more comfortable. So I was going to ask you, how can Levon simplify or ease this tension or the pressure? But he answers with bishop d8. I got to trade the bishop, he's saying.
Absolutely no question about it. For Levon, and this is very, very important for Levon, the priority is get rid of the two bishops. Get rid of the two bishops. You can cover the e file. You know, you stop a business square, you challenge the e file, you challenge the rook once it gets to the 7th rank or something like that. But the two bishops can really run havoc in your position. And now, after I see the move f4, I think it's an easy draw. Levon has no problem anymore. He'll bring his king to either f8 or f7 and trade the rooks. And life is really, really easy now for Levon. Whatever dangers there were.
Yeah, with that bishop on f6, it still felt dangerous for sure. Bishop d8 was crucial to trade that bishop and be able to push the f pawn, blocking the diagonal of the light square bishop. If this is a draw, that's good news for us, Yasser, and dear viewers, for every one of us, because we want more chess. We want to see more fight. Right. And if this is a draw, it will lead us to a tiebreaker, a Blitz tiebreaker of 3+2. If that's a draw, we would see a bullet tiebreaker of 1+1. And if that's a draw, then we get an Armageddon, but that's many ifs.
Right. Just a second, let me get up to speed here and catch up with the players. And after this tells me that Levon is actually thinking about playing on because he has not played rook e8. And that indicates to me that he's thinking that he could play just as I was about to say, Levon may be thinking he's playing for a win. He played the move rook e8, and that shows me he agrees that the game is going to be a draw. So knight to e7, knight to c7 to e6 would keep the white king at bay. And well, it's even Steven.
It is, and more chess for us. I'm hoping not to jinx it this time, because last time I called for a tiebreaker, it actually was a blunder moment and decisive result. But in case of a draw, that is indeed the format. All these matches are one game only. Yes, sir, what do you think of this format? Well, this is the first of its kind.
I'm warming up to it. For me, what I really love about chess is that the rules are just really just fair. Like chess is an extraordinarily fair game, and neither player has an advantage. And one of the things that I've always enjoyed about match play is this, you play two games, you play these series of two games where you alternate colors. So the first time I heard, like we're going to have instant winners, like, oh man, that's so unfair. Whoever gets white in the first game rather, has a big advantage. But I'm coming around to it. I like the fact that it's so entertaining.
Yes.
The match outcome can be decided like that. Well, too bad. And I don't think that the colors really are as scary as I first thought they might be. I thought that, wow, whoever gets the white, like it would be pretty sad, right? If every match started with white winning the first game and that's it.
Yeah, it has not been the case. You are right.
No.
It's not that white dominates in the
Exactly.
rapid games. Also, I think it gives more motivation to the Swiss qualification part of the event. So it's always Saturday and Sunday. Yesterday, Swiss gave the seeding to today's knockout. So the higher seeded you are, you will be the one choosing the color in the match in the first game of the rapid. So more motivation to do well in the Swiss format too.
Exactly. By the way, very surprised by the move H3. That move it looks weird to me too. I would have taken this and quickly, and I mean instantly, put my king on a dark square, king c5, with the idea of playing a5 and knight d6. So whenever I'm playing against a bishop, I want to keep my pawns on dark squares and give them off the light squares. So I would have taken advantage of that moment. And if I'm white, I would have played the move b4 to stop king c5. The problem with king d4 is that it walks into knight here, and after and the knight is threatening knight e6 check. But h3, knight here, whoa. Strange things are going on, Anna, and I'm not so sure this game is like going to be an automatic draw. C5?
C5 was chosen by Levon instead of the defensive setup you suggested. Yes, so it feels like it's making it a bit more difficult for Levon to hold on to that central position of the d5 pawn being guarded, and the diagonal for the bishop is opening up.
I was thinking that a5, something like, I don't know, knight a6, knight b4, and I start to be a little ambitious as black. He has played c5, and his intention, I believe, is to play d4 check, followed by b6, to put all of his pawns on dark squares. But then at the same time, his king will never be able to get, wow. Okay, strange things are happening everywhere. b5. So with this last move, king f2, Fabi has sent out a clear flare. Look out, I'm coming over here on the king side. King g3, king f, h4, king g5. And Levon says, I don't care. Do your worst. I'm going to play b5. And it's sort of like, really? So what happens after I take on b5? b3? What? I'm struggling here. Forgive me, Anna, but...
Oh, no, I'm just as puzzled. So Levon has gone for a lot more aggressive approach in a way, trying to activate his knight on the queen side.
Exactly. And I was thinking that what white wants to do is really bring his king up the board on the king side. But Fabi, in answer to b5, played b3. And oh boy, a5, king g3. So what is going on here? Because, I mean, I see what's going on for white, right? This is a clear motivation. Go and grab some pawns over here on the king side. Where is Black breaking through on the queen side? How is Black breaking through?
That is a very good question. Levon says H4, and I'm gonna get through one way or the other. Is he right? Is there a way through?
No. No, I don't believe it. And by the way, the bane of pawns for Black for the knight are A pawns. So I'm just thinking out loud here. Takes. Yeah, you can win a pawn, but this A pawn, I don't know. It's sure this is one of those where if white could easily just be winning the game now because of his past A pawn, and Black might have a resource with the double C pawns, but wow, the stakes have just gotten incredible. I mean, it's like a poker game where the ante keeps getting raised. And guess what? Fabi called it and said, you know what? I'm going to take this A pawn, and having this passer is really huge.
I like how for the computer, all this is like, I'm indifferent. This is equal.
Right.
But for a human being, this is like A passport. The bishop is controlling the long diagonal. Wow, but the C passport is close to the promotion square. It's so exciting.
Right. Yeah, I know. I remember Dr. John Nunn telling me, you know, like how depressing it was. He had written a book, his best games, a wonderful book, by the way. And he had one game in there that was a combination that was just a thing of beauty that required, like, I am not joking, 8 incredibly precise moves. And he wins, John wins. And he played this combination and it was gorgeous. And he won a brilliancy. Then he was writing up his best games. And he said, well, I should check with the computer whether my moves were sound. The computer found it instantly. like wow. It was like yeah, that's easy, get out of here.
Yeah, that's so crushing. It was so
depressing.
But wait a second, Yasser, the computer saying that Black is better now? That Fabiano has missed something?
He blundered bishop d1. So bishop d1 was like the wrong move. Oh my word. I think maybe the computer was wanting him to play, I don't know, a5 and bishop b7 and a6. Instead, bishop d1, king up, a3, check. And now Black needs to break through with his king. And that's it. This knight will drop back to c7 or b6 to stop a queen. But in the meantime, king d3, c2 is going to win the bishop. And that's it. 11 seconds, Anna.
Oh my, Fabiano has missed this when he moved bishop to d1. And now he is desperately trying to find a defense, but there is none.
No defense. King comes to... Well, c2, and there it is. We have a champion.
Wow.
Wow, Levon, his first time in the finals, and he makes it count. $7,500 richer.
Congratulations to Levon Aronian, who eliminated Hikaru, and now Fabiano winning the finals against the top performing player of the Rapid Chess Championship. Fabiano has been our highest scoring grandmaster. What an end this has been, this end game again. Yes, and shall we replay that moment of
sure.
The last moment where it went wrong with bishop d1?
It was a very double-edged ending, to be sure. And the decision by Levon to play the move a4, I thought was a very risky gamble. And it was right here where, okay, essentially, I think Fabi was lured to sleep a little bit. I think he was thinking that, hey, the Black king cannot penetrate the queen side, because I've always got this move A3. And I think the computer said, well, since your king is defending the pawn, you should be going A5, bishop B7, and A6. And I think that this is the way he was supposed to play it. What he did instead was he went bishop D1, and this made all the difference in the world because the king did not go through the queen side. It went through the center. Bam.
What a difference. What a difference.
Absolutely. Oh my word. And that was it. I mean, that's all she wrote.
Indeed. Well, we're gonna take a very quick technical break to bring on to our show the winner of today's Rapid Chess Championship, Levon Aronian. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna set up the tech side of the interview, and the champion will be here with us in a moment. This is Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We're gonna be back in a moment with the winner of today's event, Levon Aronian. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are joined by the winner of today's event, Levon Aronian. Congratulations, Levon. This is the first time you made it to the final and you win it immediately.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I got really lucky. So I'm very happy.
Why do you think you got lucky?
We thought you played a really, really good knockouts finals. This final game also felt double-edged. How were you feeling throughout, Levon? Did you feel like you had control always?
I think when I played this, I think he really tricked me with this Queen G5, Fabiano.
Yeah.
It was a very good move. And then I felt that Queen G5, Bishop G5, Knight F7 is extremely risky because he can play Bishop E7, Rook E8, and G4. And I was a bit worried that might get really shady because I have to play Knight H6 and answer G8, GF with GF. Mm-hmm. So at that moment, I thought, okay, here I did the game from a very, kind of a solid position. I got myself into a mess. Right. But then I think Fabi played very passively at some point.
And well, in any case, it was really, really nice competition. I got the chance to call the Swiss as well as the finals, and I've got to say this was real. It's really, you guys bring it. You guys make the show so easy. The games are fantastic to call. Very, very entertaining. What's it like on your side of the board? Do you nerves? How does it go with you?
It's a bit unusual because, this time format, 10 minutes, no increment, and then 10 minutes plus 2. You're not sure what you're playing. Is this Blitz or is this just Rapid? Because once you're down on time, then it becomes even bullets. So, but I'm getting adjusted. I think I was not playing well in the first tournament that I played. I think this one, I understood I have to be a bit more solid.
Well, very, very impressive. And again, congratulations, Anna. Any questions for our conquering hero?
I was going to ask about the carpet, but we got the info while we were setting you up with the microphone and camera, Levon. So let me ask you instead. You have recently switched Chess Federation, and now both Hikaru and Fabiano are your teammates. Does that change anything for you when it comes to facing them? And do you think there will be trainings together? If there's any insight you can shed on the Olympic team of the United States?
Well, of course, it's very exciting for me to be, to represent the same country with these guys that I've been competing with for such a long time. And I do occasionally work with Fabi. I don't think we ever did anything with Hikaru, but I mean, I don't see a reason why not. I think a lot of work, if it's on equal terms, can be very beneficial. And I can say that, for example, Fabiano is a very fair guy, and I really like his ethics. So working with him is a pleasure because I feel that the amount of things that I give, I receive about the same. So I've learned a lot from him while working with him recently.
Wow, that beautiful, Levon. And I think for a lot of the people in the audience, they would just ask the question. I mean, you're such a great player, you're a world-class player. What is it that you're learning at this point? I mean, everybody would say, you've learned everything there is to learn, but there's more.
Well, I mean, we all have our own approach. And I think I understood more or less the way Fabiano looks at the game. I mean, of course, not everything, but just generally his philosophy when he approaches chess. And I appreciate him a lot as a chess player. And, I can see how much work he puts in the game and how talented he is. So I think it's a great joy. I mean, every time I get to analyze with somebody who has a different perspective on the game and who's equally as good as I am, it's it's amazing. I mean, this is just something to live for.
That was so beautifully said, and we hope to see how that collaboration with Fabiano or Hikaru or the entire Olympic team of the United States will turn out for your upcoming events. But before that, Levon, we hope to see you also at the next Rapid Chess Championships, because this event is not stopping. It's every weekend.
It's wonderful. I really love it. I mean, you play for one day, and if you are not in the shape, you go and you rest. And if you're in the shape, then you continue playing. But it's just 2 days. I think it's a beautiful format. I'm loving it.
Wonderful. We hope to see more of you then.
Congratulations again, and thank you for sharing your insights with us. All the best for the upcoming Rapid Chess Championships too.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, nice interview there, Anna. I really liked Levon is a beautiful person to begin with, but I think what his sentiments and what he said was really inspiring. Indeed, and I don't think Levon wants to leave us, so we can still talk about the carpet too. Because
I totally and wholeheartedly agree with you, Jasper.
I thought he was supposed to go away, like usher him out of the building. Give him his money, let him go.
You have never said anything nice about me,
I did, and I said it on the technical break, and I'll say it to everybody. I was playing Blitz with Levon, and his cologne really inspired me. And I said, Levon, what are you wearing? The cologne is great. And he said, goat. I go, what? He goes, goat number 5. I come from Armenia. It's a very poor country, and it's for export only. So I've been trying to get goat number 5, Musk from Armenia. It's been tough. It's been tough, Levon.
I'll bring it. Nice talking to you guys.
Thank you so much for joining us again, Levon. Congratulations, and see you at future finals of the Rapid Chess Championship.
See you around.
Cheers.
That has been our winner. What an amazing insight to see how Levon sees the game, and also when you asked him about, is there anything you can still learn? You have been around for so long as a world-class player, and yet he describes how the different perspectives, how it compares, for instance, with Fabiano, similar strengths, but they have a very different way of seeing the game. So there's always something to learn, even if they are the very best chess players in the world.
Absolutely. You never stop learning. And I just loved everything about the interview. I mean, great champion. And we're going to see a lot more of them, a lot more of him, pardon me, as well. We've got a lot of events in front of us, including a Bullet Championship coming up, Anna.
We do have the Bullet Championship tomorrow, and we also have more things coming up for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a very short break, and then we are back with the best game of the day. We're gonna have a tough time choosing one, Yasser, but we will have a minute or two to pick the game and then present the top game of today to you guys. So don't go anywhere. The rapid recap is still coming up, and also we shall sum up what has happened in this knockout stage. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have had a rough time with Yasser trying to choose which game to highlight as the top game of the day, because there have been so many exciting ones, Yasser.
No question about it, Anna. It's been a roller coaster ride all day long. But the game between Fabiano Caruana and David
Paravian, yeah, difficult surname.
Yeah, their rapid was just amazing, and I'd love to show some highlights when we get this chance.
Indeed. So our Coinbase rapid recap of the day will feature the game between Fabiano Caruana and David Paravian. This was their first game, the rapid time control, 10+2 time control.
And again, this is just typical of the extraordinary ups and downs that this tournament has brought us so far. So out of the opening, you can't say that White achieved any really big advantage. Nothing happening thus far, but boy, did things heat up in the middle game. Black was under a little bit of a cramp. And once we got to this position, after knight c4, bishop f3, we began to understand that David was under pressure. His pieces are not as harmoniously placed as White's, and with the move queen d2 and rook d1, Fabi was getting ready to burst open the center with d4, thanks to his better development. After rook c7, here it came, this crazy move, knight d6, that had us kind of our jaws wide open. We were like thinking just knight e5, but knight d6 considerably up the ante. And after c4, again, crazy tactical motifs in the position after a4 were not explored. Fabi played knight c5, and we were all very, very confused as the players quickly got to a position.
Yeah, so do you mind if I add that knight c5 moment? Because I remember there we were calculating a lot of things, and also the capture of that knight on c5. We were considering whether it could have been the moment where Black takes a pawn, grabs a pawn, because we are pawn grabbers here, right?
Exactly.
Yes, sir. You and me, pawn grabbers. So the knight c5, one interesting line that we were thinking of. Remember this moment when we considered White plays knight c5, Black takes on c5, pawn takes, rook takes c5, and queen d4 seems to be winning because the rook is hanging and there's checkmate on g7, but there's defensive move for Black that kind of undermines the whole line here for White.
Exactly. And I think both players missed this moment when what you're saying. Queen d4 with a double attack against the pawn on g7 mate, the rook on c5. And it appears at first blush that Black is toast until you see the move c3 and you go, ruh-roh. C3 blocks the diagonal. Yes, you lose the rook, but after queen takes c5 takes on b2, oopsie daisy, the rook on c1 is hanging, the knight on d6 is pinned, and it's Black who comes out material ahead. So in fact, the move knight c5 was an oversight by Fabi, and he wasn't punished.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what Fabi would have come up with if the knight was going to be taken and rook takes c5, because queen d4, as you have showed Yasser, was not going to be a good move. Instead, we have a different trade. Bishop takes d6, knight takes a6.
Right. And the players got to a position that, once again, after the move queen d4, I had been expecting the move c3, and then after bishop takes c3, there would have been a trade. And at the end of all of those trades, most likely White is for choice, but a draw was in the air. Instead, after c3, considerably upping the ante, Fabi played bishop a1 because his opponent was playing. And that was what
the time factor is so important in speeches. He was down to about 15 seconds at this point, David Paravian, with Fabiano having about 2 minutes. Makes sense that you play on, that you try to keep the position complex, but it backfired. Yes, it backfired for him.
Boomerang is what happened. Because in this position, Fabi thought, what I'll do is I'll play e4. Very, very nice move. I'll chase the knight away, and no matter where this knight goes, backwards or forwards, I will then capture this pawn on c3. Then I'll have two bishops versus 2 knights in an open position, I'll have a winning advantage. Great plan, except one small problem. Rook c4 turns the tables right around, because now the queen is pushed off the long diagonal, and worse, it has to go to a square where it walks into this brilliant knight e5. And then at this point, it's all over. Black is the one who is suddenly up material, and he's got the game really under control. This pawn on c2, it's game over. But again, time trouble is a crucial factor. And right here, pulling a rabbit out of his hat, it doesn't look like there's any back rank checkmates, but look at this move, a gorgeous move. Bishop takes e5, so that after queen takes e5, queen takes c4, and ruh-roh, there's a checkmate on the back rank, and suddenly Fabi would be winning. Did I say we were in for a roller coaster ride? It was, that was the chess.
E5 out of the blue, yes, sir. We thought that obviously Paravian had no time. He was down to his final 10 seconds with a 2-second increment. So the idea that he has set up, tripling on the c file and pushing e5, was the right one, but not the right move order, not the right execution.
Precisely so. And after bishop e5, he found, despite the shock of the move, bishop takes e5, he did find knight e2 check, threatening the rook on c1. The knight had to be captured, which means that the rook is no longer on the open d file. And so after queen takes e5, now you can't take the pawn on c2 because it's back rank mate on white's back rank. So after g3, g6, finally the play calmed down. We were soon in a queen and pawn ending of 3 versus 3, and the players could relax and make a draw. But that was a typical game of these knockout matches that had us literally on the edge of our seat, because the tension is so high. One single slip and you're out of the competition. It was great. It was great fun. And by the way, Anna, it was great working with you too.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Always amazing to listen to your insight and the analysis. And this has been your Coinbase rapid recap of the day. After this draw, they went on to play a tiebreaker in Blitz, which ended up in favor of Fabi. He won that match in the semifinals, but then lost the finals against Levon Aronian. He is our champion. He's the winner of today's Rapid Chess Championship. And that will give him some points for our overall standing. Let's take a look at how our players are doing after several weeks.
Nice. And go ahead.
Fabiano still in the lead. And then we've got Hikaru with 17 points. David Paravian is now in third place with 14
He's been
points.
Consistent.
Very consistent. Yeah, he has qualified so many times already from the Swiss to the knockout stage. While for Levon, this was the first time that he played, that he qualified to the final, and immediately he won it. So now he goes up all the way to the 5th place with this final win today against Fabiano.
Very nice. And he's a very gracious champion, as he spoke very kindly, I want to say, about his opponent, Fabiano, who, as you said, is still our tournament leader in the Rapid Championships.
He is, and there's a lot we can learn from these players, but also there's a lot we can learn in chess.com's new feature, the classroom feature. Yes, I don't know if you have tried it out already.
I have not. No.
But this is amazing, and I believe on the image we're gonna show, it's literally Fabiano Caruana. You can learn from. The all-new Classroom is live on chess.com. Classroom offers the very best virtual class experience. You can connect with anyone at any time with native video and voice conferencing. Check out the best way to teach and learn at chess.com/classroom. So this is our brand new feature on chess.com. Wow. If you want to improve your chess further, make sure to check it out and let us know, how do you like the new educational tool of chess.com?
Remarkable. I'm just thinking about myself. Grew up in Seattle, which was as far away from the chess center of New York City as you could get without being in Alaska or Hawaii. And having such a resource where you could just reach out to coaches all around the world, I was born in the wrong era. I'm upset.
Luckily for us, Yasser, you are very much in tune with the current era as well when it comes to streaming. So if you guys were wondering where you can find Yasser, we hope to grab him for more and more commentary here, obviously. I have seen so many praises and compliments about your presence and your knowledge, the wisdom that you're presenting while analyzing these games. So we'll try to bring Yasser back as much as we can, but you can also find him on the Chessbra channel because Yasser is a true Chessbra. Push and Baby is one of my favorite songs of all time. You guys need to check it out on YouTube.
And I like Caruana Na Na Na.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. We are such great singers. Thank you. We hope to have you back, Yasser. And let me thank all our viewers on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on whichever platform you have been tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the coverage of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will be back next weekend, but remember, there's so many events to follow. The Grand Prix is underway. Tomorrow, Bullet Chess Championship. So there's always something on the calendar. And Yasser, I hope you'll be back soon, either as Team Anna Yasser, or I'm just there as a fangirl in the chat because you're amazing to listen to, such a legend, very humble. You guys would never even hear from Yasser how many tournaments he won at his peak.
I like going on to the shows and just kind of watching everybody and going, oh, they missed something, but it's a lot of fun. Streaming is fun. And again, a big shout out to everybody in the audience. Thank you so much for sharing a part of your weekend with us. We sure hope you'll join us again. Anna, again, I want to just say thank you so much. As always, a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you so much, Yasser. Thanks so much to our viewers and hope to see you guys very soon again.
Good weekend.